Chapter 1. There's no dream or fantasy in the life of the heir of a baron. A rural territory on the outskirts where whether the central city was aware of its existence was doubtable. The windmills were spinning strongly under the clear sky without a single cloud, and cows and goats were grazing in the broad pasture. Thud. Thud. On the other side of the forest, the village men were logging. A burst of laughter could be heard. Maybe the humorous Robert made another joke again. Every day in this small territory was a peaceful, slow life. Nonetheless, Simon was quite content with his life here. Simon, what do you think is the most important virtue that a lord should possess? While thinking about something else for a moment, Simon's father, Richard, who was walking side by side with him, asked a question. Bewildered by the sudden question, Simon quickly racked his brain. Ma'am, is it sympathy? Richard chuckled. Not a bad answer. Then what's a good answer? Richard slowly raised his arm and placed his hand on his chest. It's a warm heart. Simon blinked at the unexpected answer. What? Just like how leaves change their clothes in each season, the virtues required for a lord also change depending on the situation. Richard smiled, stroking Simon's head gently. A lord should be able to be a friend, a parent, or even a villain. However, the lord who treats people with a warm heart gains the power to convey their feelings to people in any situation. That's the bond of the relationship between master and servant. Sir. Richard and Simon turned their heads. Several adults were carrying large logs on their shoulders, and judging by their expressions, it seemed pretty heavy. Sorry for disturbing your walk. If it's all right with you, I'll count on you for that, please. Gladly, Charles. Simon looked at his father with a slightly nervous expression on his face. Richard Polentia was an ordinary countryside lord, but there was one special thing about him. Step back, Simon. With closed eyes, Richard quickly and quietly recited a few spells and spread his palms. A pool of light floated up into the sky and transformed into a magic circle. Simon looked around, on guard. The magic circle started to activate, and the trees and bushes around started shaking. Here it comes. The ground trembled, turning into a black swamp, and the arms that rose from it trembled, as if longing for the sun. Their arms were made of pure white bones, and were without a single piece of flesh. Undead. Monsters with unconditional aggression towards the living. However, the complete opposite of that common sense was happening in this territory. Rattle. Rattle. The skeletons that stood up on the floor ran and started to help up the logs that people were carrying. Thank you, sir. Even the villagers. Rather than being afraid of the skeletons, they smiled broadly with expressions that said, that's a relief. Keep up the good work. That's right. Simon's father was a necromancer. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Necromancers had ruled half of the world for a long time. It started with the Talhuran Empire. When the Emperor of Talhuran sent 50,000 troops to the necromancer's stronghold, Kizan, to avoid their influence, only 10 necromancers were dispatched from Kizan. Just 10. And here, a historical event called the Rose Retreat took place. The 50,000 troops headed for Kizan turned tail and returned to the empire's capital. After everyone had become undead, the capital of the Talhuran was destroyed and the emperor surrendered to Kizan. Afterwards, the throne of the Talhuran was occupied by a rotten, decayed corpse which used to be an emperor. The empire's civil and military servants bowed their heads to the chunk of a corpse, and tens of millions of imperial citizens were played around by a puppet show of a rotten corpse for 30 years. A short history of the necromancer's power and terror. Necromancers, who, in time, emerged as mainstream and gradually expanded their power. Now, they exercised their influence over half of the continent, and the other half was occupied by the priests, their only antipode. Now, after the decades had passed since the 100-year war between those two factions who went face to face, the continent enjoyed a somewhat precarious peace. But I guess that has nothing to do with our territory. Simon felt like this war history belonged to a country from a faraway place. The most significant recent events in Les Hill, the territory he'd rule one day, was the cow of Charles Place, that hardly had any news, gave birth to 2 young and healthy calves, and Carlin having 3 stitches on his forehead due to slipping while swabbing the floor. Simon arrived at the Lord's castle with a silly smile. Ah. The villagers insist on calling it the Lord's castle, but in fact, it was just an ordinary wooden house. Compared to the poor lords with a small castle for their dignity, Richard, the Lord of Les Hill, was a simple man. Creak. Mom, I'm home. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As soon as he opened the door and entered the house, a comfortable and relaxing woody smell was given off. The firewood in the fireplace on the wall was burning with a crackling sound. Simon. You're home? A gray-haired woman in an apron popped her head out of the kitchen. It was Simon's mother, Anna Polentia. Yeah. I just got back from helping out with the logging of the village. Have you eaten already? I ate lunch a while ago. I baked some bread with the remaining dough. Spread some jelly on it and fill yourself up. She must have been possessed by a ghost who died because it couldn't feed its son. His mother, Anna, was a person who satisfied herself by constantly feeding the people around her. Simon pretended not to hear and pointed a tray on the table. Mom, what's this? It's water infused with the lehark mushroom. Lehark mushrooms were poisonous mushrooms that were often found in the southern mountains, and if you put them in water, a greenish oil started to float up. If you ate it, you'd suffer from stomach aches or diarrhea for a week, but it was a different story if it went through Anna's hands. She approached and placed her hand in the water infused with lehark mushroom as she rolled up her sleeves. Whoosh! Whoa! Simon, who was watching, exclaimed slightly. As soon as a white light flashed from her hand, the poison was neutralized. The green substances floating around vanished into nothingness, leaving only the nutrients of the mushroom intact. The white aura emanated from her body when she purified the poison. This power, often called divinity, was a symbol of a priest. That's right. Simon was the son of a necromancer and a priest. He didn't really know what exactly happened between his parents. He only knew that the 2 of them had a fairy tale-like forbidden love, and that he was born as a result. Simon. Anna's voice was heard without him knowing when she returned to the kitchen. I baked an apple pie. Have some. I got it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The day passed like usual. Simon dragged his tired body and laid down on the bed. Les Hill was silent today, and it'd be silent tomorrow. Simon fell asleep while having no doubt that this peaceful daily life would forever be the same. However, flutter. The change had already begun. A letter from outside the window stuck to Simon's face. Search asterisk the novel, ire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Kuhuff. Simon raised his arm and removed the letter as he opened his eyes. Hello? Simon batted his eyes at the unfamiliar voice. Someone was sitting by the window where the moonlight shone. A girl with beautiful silver hair down to her legs and a mysterious atmosphere. It was like looking at a forest fairy that just popped out of a fairy tale. The time has come. A voice, sweet like honey, woke him up. Simon, who had been making a gawking face for a moment, quietly picked up his blanket and covered his head. Don't pretend you didn't see me. The girl came down from the window with an angry expression on her face. You saw me. Wake up right now. Simon reluctantly removed the blanket and sat up after her scream. How did you get here? Are you lost? Do you know where your mom is? The girl let out a small sigh and smiled as if she had regained her composure. The moonlight shone through the window, and her silver hair shone even more. I got the right person. I'm here to see you, Simon Polentia. Simon made a surprised look. She knew my name. Me? Why? Read that letter. It was a solemn voice for her age. Simon carefully removed the seal and opened the envelope. A rustling sound and a stiff piece of paper folded in half appeared. Bang! Simon! Simon, what was that sound just now? The door opened, and Richard and Anna came in. The two of them met eyes with the girl with silver hair. Ah. Nephthys. As if this weren't their first time meeting, the couple's faces brightened up. The girl also smiled and waved her hand. It's been a while, Richard, Anna. The three of them started talking with excitement. Simon, suddenly excluded, looked at them. His father, Richard, had an excited face like a young boy, and his mother, Anna, was furious that she would have to prepare a meal right now. Simon, greet her politely, said Richard. She's Nephthys Archbold. Hold up. I think I've heard that name before. Nephthys Archbold. No. Wait. Don't tell me. The Nephthys Archbold of Kizan. The pinnacle of all necromancers that ruled Kizan. The one who caused the Talharan incident and turned an emperor into a corpse puppet. The Witch of Death who'd lived for 300 years. That girl? Then what's this? Simon trembled and pulled out the letter. I'll officially give you a proposal, Simon Polantia. The girl's voice echoed in Simon's ear like a lyric as he read the letter. Kizan admission notice Simon Polantia. Come to Kizan. Chapter 2. After Nephthys left, Simon had the busiest week in his entire life. Richard, who had always been a laid-back father, also acted like someone possessed. With his sharp eyes and demeanor, Simon had no choice but to throw away childish complaints such as, should I really go to Kizan? Richard cast a spell on Simon's body. He said it was to create a core, but Simon was not sure about it. It was just extremely painful. After spending sleepless nights building the core for around 4 days, Simon got into the carriage with Richard. It was a large and luxurious carriage that didn't fit the territory's circumstances. Simon's mouth opened wide at the comfortable cushioning he had never felt before. Stay safe, Simon. Anna waved her hand with tears in her eyes after finally loading 2 weeks' worth of packed meals in the carriage. If you feel you can't handle it, come back to Les Hill anytime. Richard, known for his uxoriousness, got angry, asking how she could say that to the kid taking his first steps. Simon, who had never seen them fight in his life, realized that his daily life had really begun to change. Well then, we'll depart now. As the coachman drew the reins, the carriage wheels started to roll. And just like that, Simon, who had lived only on Les Hill his whole life, began his adventure. Of course, it was far from a comfortable carriage trip. In the carriage, Richard and Simon had a quick session on dark magic. Try breathing. By that, Richard meant to use the breathing technique that he taught. Simon took a deep breath, drawing the mana in the atmosphere into his body. It wasn't too difficult as had practiced it countless times. Now, slowly move the mana inside you and pass it through the core. Richard assisted, placing his hand on Simon's chest. Simon carefully passed the mana flowing like a river through the core below his heart. Something changed. It felt like the limp mana had become more viscous and hardened up. Now let the mana flow through your arms. Yes. Let it out of your hand. With the feeling of a clogged meridian being wide open. A black liquid appeared from Simon's palm like drops of sweat. Richard smiled as Simon blinked his eyes and looked down at his palms. Well done, Simon. That is the source of the power of the Necromancer, jet black. According to Richard, there was a time when knights and magicians ruled the continent. Of course, they're currently weakened since Necromancer became mainstream. Knights couldn't beat Necromancers in numbers, and wizards were no match in casting speed and destructive power. The biggest difference between a Necromancer and a wizard is the presence of jet black. Richard stretched out his left hand. On his palm, blue mana rose up like a heat haze. Mana has the properties of a gas. Because of its low density, it's difficult to bind, and tends to disperse in the atmosphere. This time he stretched out his right hand. A viscous black liquid gushed out like a fountain and dripped on the palm of his hand. On the other hand, jet black has properties close to that of a solid or liquid. It's made of dense mana, so it's easy to bind and change its shape freely. The viscous black liquid that had been flowing on his palm suddenly surged upwards. It regrouped in the air and turned into flowers, waves, snakes sticking their tongues out, or windmills that spun. Whoa! When Simon exclaimed at the splendid show that started all of a sudden, the jet black changed its form to a magic circle. Red light leaked out from the dark magic circle made up of numerous runes, as if a bomb were about to explode. The hairs all over his body stood up with a chilling sensation. Something big was about to happen. Shatter! The magic circle broke as Richard clenched his fist. The ashes that had fallen to the floor slowly disappeared. People who cause miracles based on this jet black are called necromancers. Simon nodded like he was possessed. There's not much time left for me to teach. For the rest of the time, let's focus on practicing a basic technique. Drawing jet black with the core. Yes, Father. The practice of creating jet black was more fun than he expected. At first, it was just a few drops of bubbles on the palm of the hand, but as time passed, the size grew, and the shape changed. There were clear results, so Simon immersed himself in practice, losing track of time. Richard also led him to be content with his quick achievements, and to not become impatient. What monstrous speed! Richard didn't show it, but he couldn't repress his astonishment inside. Just 3 days from a simple release to shape-changing. This was really not normal. Considering that it took around half to 2 years for the average person to achieve shape-changing, it was no exaggeration to say that Simon was a boy born for jet black. Although Simon was his son, he had goosebumps in the middle of teaching. In fact, Richard already knew about Simon's talent. The only reason why he didn't make core for him was that he was waiting for the right time. An explosive talent when the ego and sentiments weren't established yet. Richard was a person whose biggest regret in his childhood was acting like a tyrant, and he didn't want to pass on such a mistake to his son. But now, finally, the time has come for Simon to blossom his talents. The whole continent would be amazed by the appearance of this child. Just imagining it gave Richard a shiver that ran through his body, making it difficult for him to sit still. Father! Look! Simon raised a jet black that waved over his palms. Richard looked at it with a serious face. Dark blue. It's a beautiful jet black color with a slight blue tint. It's a good thing, right? Am I a rare case or something? Do I have talent? It just looks cooler. That's all. Simon resumed practice with a gloomy expression on his face. Richard turned his head and managed to stop the corners of his mouth from twitching up. It's not easy to control facial expression, huh? Time passed quickly. From Simon's point of view, a week had passed without him really noticing the passage of time. And I can only come with you up to here, Simon. Richard suddenly notified him of this. Simon felt his heart sink. I thought you were bringing me to Kizan. I'm sorry, but your father has some complicated circumstances, so I can't set my foot in the lands of the Dresden kingdom. From here on, you have to decide everything and take action. Suddenly, a feeling of extreme pressure came over him and he swallowed down his saliva. He would be lying if he said he wasn't afraid of this change, as he had lived in Les Hill for 17 years. At that moment, Richard tightly held Simon's hand. I promise, son. You can do better than anyone. And Richard smiled brightly. I'm truly proud of you. From hearing recognition from his father for the first time in his life, Simon felt a part of his heart pounding. I'll get going now, father. Simon, who parted with Richard like that, spent his time alone in a huge carriage. Instead of wasting the rest of his time, he focused on training the jet black. And another week passed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wow. He arrived at Langerstein, the capital of the Kingdom of Dresden. Simon's impression from seeing a huge city for the first time was simply overwhelming. All the buildings were tall and large, carriages frantically crossed the road, and there were even crowds of people. He almost went dizzy at the sight he saw for the first time in his life. Out of my way. Out of my way. Simon stepped back in surprise. A large carriage more than 5 meters wide was running down the steep slope. The carriage was led by a horse made of bare bones. Undead. The undead were roaming around in the middle of the city. From the simple labor of pulling a carriage or rickshaw, to chores such as distributing flyers in the square. It was a sight that could be seen because the necromancers became mainstream in the era. Pull yourself together. Simon lightly tapped his cheek, then unfolded a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Less than 239 Camel Road, Langerstein SL1E, 6AJ. Guide on standby. So, I have to go to this address, right? Simon strengthened his resolution. Whether it be Langerstein or Les Hill, it was all a place where people lived. He just had to go to this address and meet the guide who'd guide him to Kizan. Then everything would be solved. But he had no idea from just looking at this information alone. Eventually, Simon spoke to a woman with a mass of blonde hair who was standing with her back to him. Excuse me. Can I ask you something, ma'am? Simon freaked out the moment the woman looked back at him. One of her eyes popped out and swayed. What is it, boy? It'll be rude if you freak out. It'll be rude if you freak out. I want to go to the address written on this paper. Address? Let me see. Simon had a cold sweat at the sight of the swaying eyes growing longer and scanning the paper. Fortunately, he was biting his lip, so he could avoid making a sound. Oh, Camel Road? It's one of Langerstein's famous places. If you turn right after going through the square above, you'll see an alley with golden tiles. Ah. Thank you very much. Simon thanked her with a deep bow. The woman spread out her fan in her hand and covered her mouth, laughing. You're a well-mannered boy, which is rare these days. I wish you good luck in Langerstein. Luckily, things seem to be working out. Simon, who once again thanked her, moved energetically towards the square pointed out by the woman. And after a while, a man who had been silently watching the whole scene spoke to the woman, just like Simon did. Asterisk. I'm finally at Camel Road. Why in the world was this city so complicated? After 20 minutes of wandering, Simon managed to get to Camel Road. As the woman said, the floor tiles were painted in gold. 239. He walked while holding a note and checking the addresses on each building. Excuse me. Someone from the other side appeared and talked to Simon. He was a bald man with sweat on his forehead. He took out his handkerchief, wiped his forehead once, and said in a polite tone. Are you going to 239 Camel Road? SL1E, 6AJ, to be precise? Simon's eyes widened. How did he know the details of the address? Ah. Perhaps the guide that Hal sent was? The man nodded his head. Yes. I'm Hal's guide. You weren't coming even though some time had passed, so I was looking for you, wondering if you might have gotten lost. At that, Simon was greatly relieved and said. I finally met you. My name is Simon Polantia. I'm Rowley, the guide of Langerstein. Well, come this way. You must have accumulated a lot of fatigue from the trip, so we'll guide you to the inn first. Simon nodded his head and followed him. You'll have to walk for about 15 minutes. I'll get you there as quickly as possible with a shortcut. Okay. After getting out of Camel Road and walking down the winding alleyway, Simon looked around in wonder. Everywhere you looked, it was all houses. The amount of wasted space was almost non-existent due to how crowded it was. The number of people of this city alone seemed to be several times more than the people living throughout the entire Les Hill territory. I was really worried, sir. It's dangerous for an outsider to roam alone without a guide in Langerstein. Rowley started telling a story. You know the old saying. A sitting duck. This city is swarming with people trying to skin innocent travelers. Pickpockets, robbers, and even wicked traders. When we get to the inn, I'll teach you a few dialects of the Langerstein. It's a temporary solution, but it's better than not being able to speak at all. Aha. Simon grinned. That's why you're trying to rob me too. Rowley stopped walking. Sir? What do you mean? You often unintentionally look downwards. Xianxia the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Simon pointed out his index finger and said. You checked if the items were in the right place when you tapped around the bottom pocket of your vest, right? Looking at the width of the pocket and the crease, it looks like something like a knife is in it. Rowley turned to Simon in a cold sweat. Yes, you're right. Clack. He acquiesced and showed the knife handle in the lower pocket of his vest. Didn't I tell you? Langerstein is a dangerous place. You never know who you'll run into in this kind of a narrow alley. Finally, the person I mentioned earlier named Hell was actually a made-up name. Simon smiled and supported the back of his head with his arms. You took the bait right away when I asked if you're a guide of Hell. Johnson's favorite goat in Les Hill is named Hell. Do you perhaps run errands for the goats? Rowley, who had a friendly smile on his face, stiffened up. Then you followed me even though you knew everything? Who the hell are you? Chapter 3 Xing. Rowley revealed his true colors and took out his knife. The well-sharpened blade radiated a brilliance. Tup. Tup. At the same time, one from behind Simon and two from the front approached him with brisk steps. Well, it doesn't really matter who you are. And that doesn't change the fact that you fell into a trap too. Rowley, having a more relaxed expression on his face as his comrades joined, wagged his fingers. Put everything you have on the food. Including your bag, clothes, and even underwear. Even underwear? Xianxia the novel _fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What's there to be ashamed of? You just have to pick up new clothes from the market and wear them. Rowley pointed at the pile of trash behind him. The other gangs also chipped in with giggles. That place is the specialty of Langerstein. Who knows? If you're lucky enough, you could find a chest. You'll be able to avoid being sent to prison if you cover your important parts. Simon answered with a smile on his face. I refuse. Rowley and his comrade's expression became ferocious. This bastard. Looks like you can't grasp the situation because you're a bumpkin. Do you think we're joking around right now? The man to the right of Rowley strode towards Simon. This kind of bastard needs a bit of a stab to get themselves together. Hey, wait. The man who ran off, ignoring Rowley's voice, pulled out a dagger from his waist and thrust it at Simon. Swish. Simon twisted his right shoulder, shifting the center of his body like flowing water. The dagger flashed through the air, while Simon, who moved to the side, quickly grabbed the man's wrist. Crack. When he applied the force, the man's hand bent in a direction it shouldn't. Kekwawa. The man whose dagger missed fell to the floor and let out a terrible scream. While kicking him in the face, Simon said. It also happens sometimes in our estate. Scums who mix with good people and do things like racketeering, you know. Why, you bastard? Simon lightly shook the dust off his hand. It's the job of the heir of the Lord to clean up such garbage in an estate. There seems to be many people like that in this city too, so I thought I'd clean up a bit since I'm up for doing the same job. So, you were noble. Rowley raised his arm and signaled. 5 more gangsters came from the end of the alley. Then I really can't let you get away. Simon calmly warmed himself up. He thought it would be 2 or 3 at most, but the gang was more numerous and organized than he thought. A situation where he alone had to deal with 8 men with weapons with just his bare hands. No matter how strong Simon was, the number of people he had to face was honestly a bit too much. I'm sorry, father. Getting to Kizan might take longer. Simon lowered his stance with a serious expression, and the gang members also tensed and strengthened their grips on their daggers. A volatile situation. The moment when the fight was about to start, no matter who pounced in. I found you. The voice of a third person, who shouldn't have been in this alley, echoed. Everyone's eyes moved to the place where the sound was coming from. Step. Step. Someone was walking out of the dark shade of the alley. It was a girl who still had a youthful look. Shiny black hair, as if she had painted the night sky, and wore a blood-red moon-shaped earring. Simon thought she was around his age or several years older than him. And what the hell was that now? Rowley bit his lip at the third person's appearance. What was the guy watching his back doing? He couldn't even see where they had gone. It has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Despite Rowley's warning, the black-haired girl snorted scornfully. As she got closer, the gang members took a step back, a tense expression on their faces. An instinctive and primitive sense of fear. They didn't know the exact reason, but the girl had a very dangerous aura. There's nothing to be afraid of, Rowley said as the gang members were shaken up. It's 8 versus 2. We just need to get rid of them quickly and leave Langerstein before the guards arrive. Hearing that, the girl smiled. 8 versus 2? I don't think so. Up and down. As if reacting to the girl's movements, the garbage dumps and bags scattered all over the alley started moving like they were alive. Soon after, the trash bag surfaces were torn and bones floated in the air. Did you guys know? Rattle. Click. The bones began to put themselves together. Different sizes and types of bones creaked and slowly formed a body. That the building in front of you is a skeleton tomb. Rowley and his comrades' faces turned white. At this moment, the same word popped into everyone's mind simultaneously. Necromancer. Rattle. Rattle. Over 20 skeletons surrounded these gangs in an instant. Petrified, the gang members couldn't even breathe. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kuhuk. Kook. The approaching undead grabbed the gang members with their arms and legs to prevent them from moving. With a crackling sound, the dead swept the gang's faces down or held them up by their chins with their boneless hands. Oh my goodness. The girl let out an alluring smile. My children need new friends, apparently. Chatter. Chatter. The skeletons made a sound by clashing their top and bottom jaws in agreement. Some gangsters foamed their mouths, and others wet their pants. That's amazing. Simon was surprised too. It was less complete than Richard's skeletons, but it was a great feat to create more than 20 instant undead by restoring the remains of the bones lying around. I failed to recognize that you're a necromancer. Please have mercy just once. Rowley lowered his head while trembling. The girl unfolded her arms and asked him with a slightly serious expression. Tell me your affiliation. The skeleton that grabbed Rowley started to scratch his neck slowly with its bony hand. Rowley screamed with his eyes shut as 5 drops of blood flowed down his neck. It's Claven. We're from the Claven group. Oh, I've heard of it. That's a pretty big organization for the pickpocketing of poor outsiders. She put her hand on her waist and said in an ice-cold voice. Tell him directly. Crawl and go to the guards in the form of voluntary appearance with his head on the floor and hands on his back, crawling the moment he leaves the hideout. Hearing that, Rowley's face turned white. Please have mercy. Just turn me into an undead instead. The girl's face contorted fiercely. Are you the one giving orders now? Rowley's body stiffened with fear at the sound of a foreign voice that sounded as if it were uttered by an inhumane existence. She let out a small sigh, returned to her original voice and said. Pulling off petty tricks like sending a fake won't work. If that bastard's face isn't grinded enough when I check, then I'll erase your entire organization from the world in the name of Kizan. The moment the name Kizan dropped from her mouth, all the organization members dropped their heads in shock. Rowley also responded as if he had accepted his fate. I'll make sure to remember that. Get lost. As the skeleton stepped back, the gang fled away, as if on cue. She clicked her tongue once, looking at them running as fast as they could. Thank you for your help. Simon bowed his head in gratitude. The girl turned her head, saying ah, and looked at Simon. You're Simon Polantia, right? Fortunately, there was no sign of hostility in her tone of voice when she asked that with a smile. Simon nodded his head quickly. Yes, you're right. If you don't mind me asking, who are you? Who else would I be? I'm your real guide. Simon's eyes widened to the size of a lantern. So, this was the one? At that moment, she grabbed Simon's wrist. Let's go. Mother's waiting for you. Mother? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Maud here. Behind the square of Langerstein. The girl who had brought Simon was squatting and wiping the cream off a child's mouth. The child made a sound and moved her head like she hated it, but the girl was skillful. I told you to wait patiently. You always get lost. But there was a free ice cream tasting event in the square over there. And the identity of the child whining while her mouth was wiped clean by the girl was none other than Nephthys Archbold, the apex of all necromancers and ruler of Kizan. To see a person called the Witch of Death with ice cream all over her mouth, Simon was very confused. And what was even more confusing was that the girl who saved him was calling Nephthys, mother. The two of them were in a mother-daughter relationship? No matter how you looked at it, it only looked like an older and a younger sister. And if you had to choose the mother, it would be that girl rather than Nephthys, who looked like a 10-year-old child. Simon? Before he realized, the girl was looking his way. Were you thinking of something funny just now? And no. The girl, who had been glaring at Simon with suspicious eyes, quickly turned her head away. What a strong intuition. Good work on your long trip, Simon. Nephthys approached with quick short steps. Although she had the appearance of an innocent child, her identity was of a monster among monsters who had lived for over 300 years and terrorized the world. Simon bowed politely. I'm humbly meeting the owner of the Kizan. Whoa, you don't have to be so formal. She giggled and waved her hand. It's the first time I've seen you since Les Hill. Did you learn anything from Richard? Ah, yes. It's just a little, but... Simon spread out his palm. He activated the core and flowed mana in to draw out the jet black. The jet black passed through Simon's arm and was immediately released there. Swoosh. Simon's unique jet black with a slight blue tint surged like a fire. Nephthys and the girl came forward simultaneously and widened their eyes. Looking at them like this, it seemed that their mother-daughter relationship could be right. Wow. Both of their pairs of eyes lit up. They gazed like they were appreciating a beautiful work of art. It's been a while since I saw a jet black with a bluish color. But it still has the properties of mana. To see it surging like fire means that it hasn't been able to get out of the gaseous state. He needs to learn to use his core more effectively. The mother and daughter exchanged their opinions briefly and then nodded. That's enough, Simon. Simon released the jet black and stood up straight. You don't need to be impatient. Since Kizan is clearly a school, you'll be able to learn a lot more in the future. Yes. I'll keep that in mind. Well then. Lorraine? Nephthys slapped the girl's butt and said. I'm counting on you as the guide for our new student. You always use me like this, mother. The girl pouted her lips and said sullen words, but Nephthys didn't even listen and turned her back. Then, I'll return to Kizan after eating one more ice cream. So, I'll be going on ahead. Ah, for crying out loud. Mother. In that way, Nephthys disappeared like she was running away, leaving only the two of them in the square. The girl let out a small sigh and turned her head to look at Simon. I guess I can't help it. Well, I'll introduce myself again. My name is Lorraine Archbold. Just like you, I'm a student from Kizan. My name is Simon Polantia, from Les Hill. Nice to meet you again. Okay. Since we're running late, let's get going. Get going for what? Lorraine replied as she brushed her hair back. It's the new semester, isn't it? We're going shopping. Chapter 4. Simon and Lorraine returned to Kemelroad. It turned out that Kemelroad was a street dealing with items for necromancers. The deeper you went, the more revealing the types of items on display became, such as skeletons, monster corpses, and organs that moved as if they were alive and were sold in liquid bottles. Simon felt as if he had entered a different world separated from the world that he had originally lived in. "Do you know when the most exciting time of the entire school life is?" asked Lorraine, who was walking with him side by side. When? "It's when you're shopping for school uniforms, textbooks, and supplies with excitement before enrolling in school. Now is your happiest time, so enjoy, Simon." She chuckled a little. "Things will be really hectic after getting into Kizan." Haha. The first place they went to was the bookstore. Kizan's admission and tuition fees were all free, but textbooks had to be purchased as personal expenses. There are a lot of books to buy. "Do you still have the admission letter?" "Yes. Here it is." Besides the admission letter, there was a list of necessary materials in the letter. Lorraine glanced at only the pages on the list of books and returned the letter before saying, "I remembered everything. This way." While Simon was following her from behind, something heavy suddenly dropped. Simon quickly stretched out his arms to catch it. It was a terribly thick book. On the cover, he could see the title, Introduction to Summoning by Elric Moore Trimble. Introduction to Summoning? Before Simon could think of anything, another new book was put on top. This time, it was Introduction to Necromancy. This one's heavy too." Lorraine kept pulling books from the bookshelves and stacked them up. The book's Introduction to Curses, Introduction to Hemomancy, Introduction to Defense Against the Holy Arts, and Introduction to Combat Magic were piled up. Simon's arms started to tremble. "Lorraine. Don't tell me we have to learn all of this in the first year, do we?" "Of course not." She gave a fresh smile while turning around. "We're in Kizan, you know? It's a given to master this much in the first semester of first year. Here, take this poisonous alchemy book too. I think I miss Les Hill already." She ran to find the book, Introduction to the Mechanics of Jet Black, while frantically choosing a book. Left alone for a moment, Simon looked around. Come to think of it, most of the people who entered the bookstore were around his age. Judging from them holding the Introduction to Summoning or Introduction to Necromancy books, they must have been students enrolling at Kizan. It was the first time he had seen so many of his peers in one place. At Les Hill, the only people he knew at his age were Carlin, who was 1 year older, and Sophia, who was 2 years younger. A new life with students of the same age. Little by little, Simon began to look forward to this thing called school life. Yes. I'm on my way. While he was sidetracked, a female student was running by his side. Simon narrowed his eyes and observed her movements. In an instant, her body bent towards Simon. What? There was no reason for him to bump into her, so Simon turned his body to dodge her. Ah! She hit the bookshelf just like that, and the books stacked on the bookshelf shook precariously. This was dangerous. Simon instinctively jumped to her and covered her. Ruumble. Books fell on Simon's back. It hurt a lot. The books felt like stones stabbing him. She looked up at Simon with an astonished face, and then bowed her head hurriedly. I'm sorry. Because of me. No, I'm sorry for spacing out and getting in the way. Simon said while trying his best to smile. Rather than that, let's put these back up. I think we're going to get scolded. Ah, yes. The two hurriedly picked up the fallen books. She handed up the books on the floor, and Simon tiptoed and placed them on the bookshelf. One of the clerks heard the noise and came to see what was going on, but when he saw the two of them putting the books back, luckily, he went back without saying anything. This is the last one. While Simon was putting the last book back where it was, the girl was organizing Simon's books that were scattered around. Why, you're a freshman of Kizan, right? Looks like she saw the textbooks. Her face broke into a wide smile when Simon nodded. I am a freshman of Kizan too. My name is Cindy Vivaci. What about you? Simon Polantia. I see. Nice to meet you. I'm actually from Shahid, in the north, so I was a little scared because I didn't have any close friends here. Simon nodded his head. I guess we're in a similar situation. If it's alright with you, Simon. With her face dyed red, Cindy twiddled the tips of her 2 index fingers. Then she said in a scarcely audible voice. Do you mind if I talk to you at school in the future? It wasn't that big of a deal. Simon gave a little smile. Of course. I'd like to ask you of something first though. Thanks. She jumped up from her seat. Then I'll be going. Father's waiting for me outside. Alright. See you in Kizan next time. She waved her hand and walked away. Wait a minute. Cindy? HM? She looked back. Simon was shaking something. Could you return my wallet now? In Simon's hand was Cindy's wallet. In that instant, her eyes that only seemed innocent turned sharp. The pupils of her eyes split vertically like a cat's. No way. Cindy quickly rummaged through her pockets. They were empty. Huh. She was completely beaten. She raised the corner of her lips and looked back at Simon. I was confident that you would never find it out because I swiped it with necromantic magic, but how did you know? It's just that, my wallet started floating all of a sudden, so. Cindy strode over and made eye contact with Simon. And you simply noticed that? Don't give me bullshit. You're also applying to major necromancy, aren't you? Well, I'm not yet sure ABO. I knew it. Cindy's eyes sparkled up. Kizan is on a whole different level after all. Wow. My gosh. People like you would be swarming there, right? I'm really looking forward to school life. Aren't you too confident for a pickpocket? She chuckled before taking Simon's wallet out from an inner pocket and throwing it to him. If you're also majoring in necromancy, we might see each other for 3 years, right? Let's compete to the death, Simon. She was the type of person who didn't really listen to people. Simon gave a little sigh and tried to return her wallet, but Cindy waved her hand this time. It's fine. I lost this time, so take that as a payment for victory. Being cool in a weird situation. Simon thought that the myth that there are no normal people among the necromancers was slowly coming true. I'll look forward to meeting you. Say hi if you see me at school. Cindy walked and disappeared through the bookstore wall while waving. It felt like a storm had passed. Simon, who had been staring blankly at the wall where Cindy had disappeared, opened her wallet. There were only a few coins in it. Making a big deal out of it. Simon giggled. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Simon. At that moment, Lorraine returned with her black hair waving. Introduction to the mechanics of jet black seems to be sold out now. The stock will arrive in 2 hours, so they said they would deliver it to the dorm along with the other books. Lorraine poked Simon's arm mischievously. By the way, who was that girl a while ago? Are you close with her already? Simon sweated and avoided her gaze. Well, something like that. Foo-foo. Why are you stuttering? Don't tell me you guys already exchanged your feelings? Well, we almost exchanged our wallets. Anyways. Since we decided to get the books delivered, let's get out. There are many other places to stop by other than here. Where are we going next? A shop for bags. Do I have to buy a new bag too? What I'm using right now isn't that bad though. HM? Not. Understanding what he was saying, she blinked her eyes, and then. Ahaha. Burst out in loud laughter. Ah. So cute. So you're really a bumpkin, huh? Ahem. Simon's face flushed with embarrassment. When we say bag for necromancers, it usually means a magical inventory. To put it simply, a subspace. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A large building set a few blocks away from the bookstore. Simon and Lorraine were led downstairs. After going through several layers of dark security magic, The two were able to enter the shop lit up with soft lighting in the underground. Wow. This entire space was lined with items such as backpacks, pockets, and briefcases. Long coats, pocket watches. Even carts and living lizards. Things you wouldn't know what they were for were hanging on the wall or floating in the air through magic. Welcome, young Lady Lorraine. An old woman in a luxurious mink coat appeared from the stairs. She had a thin body and a fastidious impression. Expensive gold crafts were hung all over her body. Lorraine happily waved her hand. Have you been doing well, Stephanie? Stephanie laughed while rubbing her hands. I wonder why our VVIP visited us without any notice. I'm sure you bought a bag last month. Lorraine gently placed her hand on Simon's shoulder. I came to see this friend's bag today. Ah. Stephanie suddenly appeared in front of Simon. Simon had to pull his head back slightly because of the hooked nose of the old woman that burst in. So you're a freshman of Kizan. A pleasure to meet you. Necromancers are always our best customers. A pleasure to meet you. Then, what kind of product shall I show you? Lorraine answered instead. The best and most expensive. Unbelievable. Screamed Stephanie. Both VIPs. I'll take you this way. Sir the novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Stephanie brought the two of them into another room. The products were not hung on the wall, but stored in glass display cases. Stephanie tapped one of the shelves with her finger, and the window vanished as if it had evaporated. Try this, dear customer. What she handed over was a navy blue glove featured with luxurious patterns. As Simon carefully put it on his right hand, he felt the expensive cushioning. It was enough to make him almost faint. This product was created by Ellen Biter, the subspace craftsman of the century. Could you please draw a rectangle with your finger on any wall? Simon nodded and drew a square on the wall as instructed. Suring. Then a hole was opened up in the wall. When Simon looked inside in surprise, a huge space had spread out. It was big enough to fit an entire house. So, this is a subspace. While Simon's thoughts were filled with astonishment, Stephanie's explanation continued. As expected from the masterpiece of Ellen Biter, the loading capacity is a whopping 8000 UB. In addition, there's the convenience of bringing up the space at any time if you're wearing gloves. It's truly a product worth calling an innovation of inventories. On the other hand, Lorraine looked quite disappointed. It does look convenient, but only being able to open a subspace when a wall exists is a strict limitation. There are many cases where there aren't any in battles on planes. And Simon is now a beginner as a necromancer, so he doesn't need a large capacity either. That might be one way to say it. Isn't there something that's more versatile, even if the capacity is smaller? Stephanie walked away with a grin instead of answering. Then, she removed the glass window of the display stand at the far end. This is a product that hasn't yet been released to the market. The latest work of Eclipse, one of the next generation of young artisans. What she carefully lifted up was a ring. It was basically silver, but it changed to purple or green depending on the angle of the light. Try equipping it, dear customer. Ah, yes. Simon carefully put on the ring. The soft prism's color was beautiful. It's easy to use. Please flow jet black into the ring. Simon moved his jet black as instructed. The ring absorbed the jet black like a sponge and changed its color from silver to dark blue. How is it? It feels like something like a handle is under the ring. It's working properly. Think of it as a lever and pull it out. Simon grabbed the imaginary handle and pulled it back slowly. And then... rattle. With the sound of the stones interlocking each other. A vertical space opened on the floor. Something like white vapor flowed out from the gap in the space. Whoa. Simon's heart began to pound rapidly. This time even Lorraine had a slightly surprised expression on her face. The loading capacity is 4000 UB, which is half of the product a while ago, but it's far superior in terms of practical usage. This subspace opens on the floor regardless of its slopes or uneven surfaces. There are 7 magics enchanted inside the space, including first-class preservation magic and temperature control magic. What about an eject function? Asked Lorraine. Of course, there is. You may try it. Stephanie was looking around for a suitable item when she found a little bunny doll lying in a corner. Why is a doll here? My playful granddaughter often visits the store. Stephanie let out a bitter laugh and threw the doll into the subspace. Dear customer, you're a freshman, right? To use the eject function in actual fights, you'll have to practice a lot. Now, feel like you're using the space's mana to wrap around it and... As Simon was told, he moved his mana to cover the rabbit doll. It wasn't difficult. Maybe because the ring was in contact with the body, the mana of the subspace moved freely, like the mana of his own body. Mana automatically activates the ejection magic inside the space just by surrounding it. Now, if you release the mana that was wrapping the object like popping it. Pow! The rabbit doll came out of the subspace. It floated up in a gentle arc and fell on the floor while standing upright. Stephanie and Lorraine exclaimed. Well done, dear customer. You're good. Are you sure this is your first time? His heart was racing, so he couldn't hear the two of them well. He seemed to understand why subspace was an essential item for a necromancer. Simon thought of himself opening a subspace in the near future and taking out the undead. Simon. Do you like it? Lorraine came close and smiled. Simon snapped out of it and nodded his head repeatedly. Of course he liked it. It was the first time he'd ever wanted something this much. However, Simon's eyes slowly turned to Stephanie. How much is this subspace? Chapter 5. Simon only had 20 gold in his hand. And even this was a considerable sum of money that Richard went a little overboard with, but if this wasn't enough. Since you're none other than young Lady Lorraine's guest, I'll be honest with you without any haggling. Said Stephanie in a polite tone. It's 5,000 gold. What? Simon felt as though his world was caving in. For how many years could that pay all of Les Hill expenses? I'll pay for it. Lorraine pulled out her wallet. Stephanie made a bright smile with her lips, and the two began to move to check out. Wait. Simon exclaimed. What's wrong? Why you don't have to do this? It's 5,000 gold. I can't receive such a huge gift like this. Lorraine tilted her head. Didn't you hear from my mother? She's paying for it. Nephthys? Yeah. I'm sure she said. Lorraine put her hand to her lips and got lost in her thoughts for a while. I don't know the details, but my mother owes a lot to your parents, apparently. She said that, since they've already come to an understanding, you don't have to feel burdened. Saw the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ah. In the end, after arguing about the payment for a while, Simon decided to receive the subspace. Thank you, dear customer and young lady. Please visit us again next time. At the back of Simon and Lorraine leaving the store, Stephanie and the staff bowed their heads. Again, outside in the sun. Simon gazed at the gleaming ring between his fingers as if he were charmed by it. I can't believe this is mine. He was so happy that he couldn't hold back his expression. Are you that happy? Haha. Simon let out an awkward laugh. I really owe Nephthys a huge one. I wonder how I can repay her. It's fine. However, if there's one thing my mother wants, I think it's you keeping up with life in Kizenwell. Yes. I'll really do my best. After that, shopping with Lorraine continued. In addition to future necessities such as pens, notebooks, and lights, he also purchased a skeleton set and materials for potion crafting, placing them in the subspace. According to Lorraine, you could also buy the ingredients in the annexed town in front of Kizen, but it looked like it was much more expensive there. Simon. Let us go play that too. Is playing darts a part of prepping for school? Just having fun. We sometimes strayed somewhere else, but she was an excellent guide nonetheless. Then Il lighted up. Yes. Now's the time. At the viewing tower of Langerstein, when Simon and Lorraine released their hands simultaneously, the lantern flew towards the night sky. People around them were also flying their lanterns. The night sky was dyed with an enchanting scarlet red, and a beautiful party of lights stretched out. The people caught up in the mood gave cheers or clapped their hands, and couples began to kiss as if on cue. This place is the Langersteins' must-see attraction, the Thousand Lights. Lorraine put her hands on her waist and smiled confidently. What do you think, Simon? Can I be honest? Of course. Simon answered without taking his eyes off the lights that lit up the night sky. I'm just pondering that there are thousands of stupid people who spend 200 silver on burning oil paper. She gave a cold gaze. You'll adjust really well in Kizan. Thank you. I'll also do my bee. It's not a compliment. The last place the two went was a restaurant with a good atmosphere overlooking the sea. Luxurious chandeliers hung on the ceiling, the tableware sparkled, and there were even waiters in ties and uniforms. It was the first time Simon ate in a restaurant like this. Needless to say, the food was delicious. The moment when the glossy steak entered his mouth, his body trembled with an indescribable sense of joy. In addition, when you turned your head, the picturesque night sea spread out, and you could hear the sound of waves crashing in your ear. It was indeed just about a perfect place. You're pretty good at handling difficult tablewares too, huh? A noble is noble after all. Lorraine rested her chin with her hand and laughed. Because my father was strict with etiquette. You learned it well. Ah. I'm saying this just in case, but when you get in Kizan, about 30% of them are commoners, you see? She continued to speak as she wiped her lips with the napkin. So you shouldn't put people down with your status. Kizan school tradition is an unconditional meritocracy. Even the daughter of a duke bows their head to a commoner of a higher grade. Just think of everyone in the first year as an equal. Simon said he would mark her words and nodded his head. In Les Hill, people harmonized well regardless of their status, so he wasn't worried about it. The entrance ceremony will be held tomorrow. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Mama. This morning, I met an incoming freshman like me, and she talked about a major. A major? That's a good question. Lorraine smiled and continued to speak. In the first semester of the first year, there are 9 subjects, you know? From the second semester, you can choose the class you want to take, and you'll have to choose a major when you go up to the second year. Then I'd have to figure out what subjects I'm good at quickly. Exactly. She spun the fork, and her eyes gleamed like a strategist. Even in the first semester, it's better to decide in advance the main subject that you're good at and study mainly in that area, since people who are distinct with their main subjects are popular when group classes are conducted. I'll definitely remember that. Do you perhaps have a major in your mind? Simon remembered what happened in the morning for a moment. The scene where the bone fragments from the garbage pile were put together and turned into an undead. It was so impressive that it was ingrained deeply in his mind. I think I'm a little bit interested in studying summoning. Summoning is good. So, you're planning to walk the path of the orthodox. Lorraine told stories of the different subjects, and Simon listened, his eyes shining. He could communicate with her well. Of course, Simon was the one who usually listened, but she also appreciated Simon's attitude, as he was eagerly attentive when she was speaking. Even after dinner, as if they felt lacking, the two of them talked at a nearby pub until the second and third round. And it was Simon's first time drinking. He was hesitant at first because he was a minor, but Lorraine said that drinking alcohol was allowed for Kizan students. However, since the next day was the entrance ceremony, they only drank to be in a good mood. The talk got long, and Simon arrived at the inn just after midnight. Thank you for bringing me home, Lorraine. Nah. This much is nothing. Simon blushed and scratched his head. I should be the one taking you home, but... HM? Lorraine blinked, wondering what Simon said, then let out a peculiar smile. So you were aware of it, huh? Ahem. I'll just accept the gesture. Langerstein is a complicated city. You won't be able to take me home, let alone get back here by yourself. He couldn't deny it. Go in and get some rest. If my mother hears that you were late because of drinking, she'll beat me to death. Yes. Thank you for today. I really enjoyed it. Simon bowed his head and thanked her. Actually, it wasn't just enjoyable. Simon seemed like he could never forget his first day at Langerstein. Lorraine, waving her hand while walking away, suddenly stopped and turned back to Simon. Ah. Simon, I have one confession to make. Yes? Lorraine ran her hand through her hair while being unusually shy. I didn't mean to deceive you, but somehow I couldn't find the right timing to tell you. When their eyes met, she cutely crinkled her eyes. Actually, I'm a first-year freshman too. Wait, what? So the next time we meet at school, just talk casually. Bye. She waved her hand and disappeared into the darkness. Dumbfounded, Simon, looking at the place where she disappeared, giggled and entered. The inn. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The morning had come. Lorraine told him to get a good night's sleep, but because of the excitement and expectation of a new life Simon couldn't sleep well. He got up early, got ready, and left the inn. Lorraine was supposed to go to Kizan by a different route, so Simon had to go to the meeting point alone. Of course, he clearly remembered the meeting place. The spot seen from the restaurant he went to with Lorraine yesterday. The pointy-shaped land that protruded towards the sea. As he got closer to the meeting point, more and more people were on the side of the road. Most of them looked the same age as Simon, but they all looked unique. A fairy girl was fixing her makeup while walking. A male student wore 20 swords as if his entire body was an inventory. A female student strolled with a large case bigger than her on her back. As expected. I'm the normalest one here. Simon walked while thinking that, but in fact, everyone here had the same thought. He soon arrived at the meeting point. Dispatched servants of Kizan were restricting the surroundings, and a boat was anchored at the end of the protruding terrain. Maybe they were getting into Kizan with that. Please hurry up. We'll be departing to Kizan soon. Simon also waited in line to board the boat. The unique part was that the hull faced the ground rather than the sea. He couldn't figure out why the boat was placed that way. Please present your proof of admission. Now it was Simon's turn. He handed the servant the letter he had prepared in advance. The servant checked the letter and the list in hand, ticked it with a quill, and returned it. Simon Polantia. You're registered. Thank you. When Simon, who passed through safely, was about to get on board. There must be some kind of mistake. A violent complaint was heard from the next row. I'm the first candidate for substitution, and not even a single one is backing out? I'm sorry, but Lucius isn't on the admissions list. Fucking shit. Are you really going to do your jobs like this? Contact Kizan. There must be something wrong. A small commotion happened by the side. Some students whispered while getting on the boat. It's an annual event, apparently. There are always some people who can't accept the results. First candidate? I do feel a little bad about him. Ahem. The students boarded the boat while sneering. Wham! A problem broke out in the end. Out of agitation, Lucius knocked over the servant, letting them fall to the floor. I'm Lucius Carroll, heir to the Count of Dresden. This is an order. Contact the headquarters of Kizan right now. Please return. Lucius isn't on the admissions list. The servant repeated the exact words in a firm tone. Purple with rage, Lucius finally grabbed the servant's hair. Clamor. The atmosphere became harsher. The students also stopped walking and looked at this scene, and some even pulled up jet black. The moment when Lucius, bloodshot in his eyes, raised his right arm. Grab. Please stop it. Lucius turned his head. Simon had already turned around and grabbed his arm. "Who the hell are you? Let me go." Simon smiled and strengthened his grip. Crack. Aya. With the unbelievable grip strength, Lucius screamed and twisted his body. It was impossible for a noble boy to handle the power of Simon, who had been training for a long time by working in his territory. Press. Press. His body gradually went down, and then he fell to the floor on one knee. In the end, the strength in his left hand, the one holding the servant's hair, was released, and Simon also released Lucius' right hand. "Who the fuck are you? Do you wanna die?" "Shuring." He even drew the sword on his waist because Simon didn't answer. The whispers grew louder, and the situation grew more and more tense. What's going on? It was then. A man approached from the boat. His face was pale, like a patient battling a disease. His cheeks were hollow, hands yellow, and he had premature gray hairs on his head. The students who saw him made a hushed admiration. It's Professor Silage. Silage is part of the teaching staff? Kizan is Kizan after all. As he approached, even Lucius, who had been triumphant, staggered and stepped back. Silage moved his gaze slowly. One of the servants lay on the floor with his hair messed up. A student who jumped in to stop someone. And a noble who was shouting that he's the first candidate. Silage looked at Lucius with a flinty stare. "Any last words?" Chapter 60. Don't be ridiculous and contact Nephthys right away. Do you really think you people can treat me like th? Poof. And Lucius' body disappeared from the world. A few drops of liquid, assumed to be blood, fell to the floor. Just like that. Everyone was open-mouthed and blinked their eyes. "There's no time. All of you freshmen, board the boat," said Silage while folding his hands behind his back and turning around. "You too." Simon silently nodded and moved to the boat. Due to what just happened, the atmosphere of the incoming students was silent as a grave. However, some students couldn't hide their excitement and whispered among themselves. "So that's dark blood magic." I almost faltered even though I'm planning to apply for curse studies. First years can also attend that professor's class, right? As Simon walked towards the boat, he glanced at Silage. Silage was also looking at Simon. When their eyes met, he smiled. "Don't worry. I didn't kill him." "Ah, yes." When Simon got on the boat, Silage said, "Everyone, fasten your seat belts." Silage waved his hand in the air. A reddish bubble spread out and covered the entire boat. Simon observed the situation with curiosity. "How are we getting to Kizan with this boat?" The bow pointed towards the shore, not to the sea. Simon wondered if they're planning to make a sternway, but the communicating servant made a report to Silage. "Professor, ITLL arrive in 5 minutes. Lure it as is." The voices of the students grew louder. A huge spray of water was coming to them from the far horizon. Swoosh! The spray approached, inflating its size more and more, and after a while, a huge, indescribable whale appeared. Whoa-ah-ah. The whale opened its mouth, swallowed the boat, and went into the sea. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. An underwater undead called the nether whale that followed Kizan's orders. It was a monster that roamed the oceans of the world and devoured the ports of cities designated by Kizan. But only once a year. It also played the role of transferring new students of Kizan who had not received teleport permission to the school. To put it more simply, it was Kizan's high-speed transportation method. Although it was inside a whale, it was quite warm and comfortable. Kizan's servants who resided in the whale came to the boat to provide food and services to the students. The mood soon relaxed, and everyone started to laugh and talk about their future life. "You were so cool before." Simon was also talking with the student sitting next to him. The boy with green hair and his forehead exposed introduced himself as Rowan Oscar. He was so outgoing that he had already made friends with several people before coming to Simon. I mean, it's true. It was an atmosphere in which you couldn't simply just take action, but you jumped in, and his wrist went crack. It's not that big of a deal. Simon shrugged it off and sliced the fish steak. The steak was gently cut, and he sprinkled lemon juice on it. While Rowan was mainly talking and Simon listened with a nod of his head, Rowan clapped his hands together and asked Simon a question. By the way, what kind of exam did you take for the entrance exam? Entrance test? Simon tilted his head at the phrase he had heard for the first time. Was there something like that? Of course. Anyone who wants to enroll in Kizan must take one. In my case, I did a shape change of jet black. While Rowan naturally moved on to his own story, Simon was immersed in doubt. A test? He had no memory of doing such a thing at all. Wouldn't it cause trouble regarding fairness if I talk about my case carelessly? After finishing the heroic story full of exaggeration, Rowan asked with sparkling eyes. What about you? Mine was like yours. Changing the shape of jet black. Oh. What a coincidence. Everyone, take your seats. We'll be arriving soon. Silage's voice was heard. The students who had been chatting quickly returned to their seats. It seemed like it hadn't been long since the departure, but being told that they're arriving soon, the tension rushed in. Simon fastened his seat belt and adjusted his clothes. Silage came up on the deck, spread a reddish substance like a while ago, and covered the boat. Then the whale's belly began to fill with water. If you don't want to fall, hold on tight. Silage had a grim smile on his face as he said that, so Simon grabbed the handle in front of him as hard as he could. Swa-awa. As if a clogged dam was torn open, the water that filled up spurted out with great force. The screams of the students echoed from going at the speed where their legs were floating. A bright light was seen at the end of the tunnel in the hole where it was pitch black and the boat slipped out in an instant. Whyish! They flew out. Thousands of meters above the sky, where the ground looked like a toy. The boat was aboard a stream of water spewed out by the nether whale. Shortly after, the power of the water gradually weakened and the bow turned downward. The students screamed in horror. Now, they'd fall. Kook! Simon hugged the seat in front of him. Soon, the surroundings passed like a beam of light and they plummeted endlessly. The hem of Simon's clothes fluttered like crazy in the wind. Slice. At that moment, Silage cut his index finger with his fingernail. A drop of blood that spilled out was absorbed by the surface covering the boat, and the falling speed slowed little by little. When Simon carefully opened his eyes after a while, the boat was slowly descending like a hot air balloon. Whoa! The students were astonished. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The sun, which dyed the world an orange light over the blue horizon, presented a truly fantastic sunrise. Under the boat, the scenery of Roke Island, where Kizan was located, drew attention. From lush jungles, to slick wilderness, to waterfalls with fallen leaves, to snow-capped mountains. You could look down at the four seasons at once on this island. Rowan! Wake up! Of course, most of them, including Rowan, still had their heads shoved into the seats or were dry heaving. The boat finally landed safely on the ground after slowly landing as if it had opened a parachute. Sighs of relief could be heard from everywhere. Many students immediately covered their mouths and ran to the trees to vomit. Come out and stand in 4 columns. After a quick head count, Silage moved his students. Kizan was a large castle that was difficult to estimate the size of. The giant gatekeeper opened the gates and they entered through several layers of dark security magic. /novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Some students arrived through other routes besides Simon's party who had ridden the nether whale. Judging from their exhausted faces, it looked like they also had a dynamic trip. Well, fasten up the pace a little. Please come this way. Upon entering the castle, the servants that were waiting quickly guided them. The students went straight to a nearby building, were provided with uniforms, and then moved to the changing rooms, divided by men and women, to change their clothes. Please finish changing clothes within 5 minutes and assemble outside. Everything was quick in this place. Simon quickly changed into the school uniform as he was swept away by the atmosphere. Even the uniform looks cool in Kizan. The seemingly tailor-fit stylish black pants were more like a suit than a school uniform. Even if it was clinging, moving wasn't uncomfortable in the slightest. He also wore a white dress shirt, red-toned tie, and finally a stylish jacket with Kizan's insignia on it. He then walked up to the mirror. Wow. So this is how I look with a suit on. The appearance of himself well-dressed was so astonishing. The design was somewhere between a school uniform and a suit, but as is, it was sophisticated enough to go to a banquet. Feeling like he was walking on a cloud, Simon looked back and forth, enjoying his new outfit. Look at this. The jacket has magic enchanted on it. They say that school uniforms are also used as battle uniforms. It's apparently stronger than any other decent armor. Simon gently touched the school uniform jacket as he heard the voice outside the changing room. Perhaps magic was really enchanted on it. Subtle mana flowed from his clothes. I wonder how expensive this would be. In fact, it was almost like he was dressed in gold nuggets. 2 minutes before the assembly. Hearing the servants rushing, Simon hurriedly put on his shoes and went outside. The male students who had changed into Kizan's suit-like uniforms were looking at themselves in the mirror, the corners of their mouths so raised that they almost ascended to the sky. Please come out now. Well, start moving. Simon and the male students came out of the changing room, and the girls went out of their changing room on the other side too. The two groups paused as if they planned it beforehand. That included Simon. The girl's uniform looks prettier, doesn't it? A stylish black-toned jacket with the insignia of Kizan, a white blouse, a thin tie, and a skirt that was slightly above the knee. The girl's uniform was also designed to be in between the school uniform and a suit, and they all fit neatly according to their body type. It also felt that they looked a little more mature than their age. The male students and female students will each stand in 2 lines and head to the main hall. Maybe because they saw each other's wonderful looks, a strange atmosphere flowed between the two groups moving towards the main hall. While walking, they looked at each other's outfits, and when their eyes met, they would quickly turn their heads. He could hear the murmur of who's handsome or who's pretty already. So this is what school life feels like. They went down the stairs and finally entered the main hall where the entrance ceremony would begin. Many freshmen had already taken their seats, and Simon's party was almost the last. Simon. Is this real? We're at Kizan. Whoa damn. This doesn't feel real. After partying in the locker room for a while, Rowan somehow found Simon and started chatting with him. Simon looked around once and asked him. Are all these people freshmen? Of course. There are 1,000 freshmen in the first year. Simon's jaw dropped. It was much more than he thought. And I heard that there are about 300 students in the second year, and less than half of that in the third year. What? You know what I mean, right? Rowan let out a dark laugh. Out of these 1,000 people, only the top 30% can be promoted to the second year. The competition for survival is that fierce. Having to struggle to survive in school. Simon couldn't really understand it using common sense. How hard could a school be to have 700 students drop out? In the meantime, all the students were seated by the servants. Rowan did a quick scan around him and began to describe various people of interest. Sir Dark. She enrolled this year after all. The official heir to the ivory tower. In the direction where Rowan was pointing, a cold-looking female student was there with her ash-blonde hair hanging down. All the prodigies from around the world are here. Darwin Carradine. J. Sanders. Wow. Who's that? Where? Look behind you. When Simon looked back, there was one person who stood out more than anyone else. A male student over 3 meters tall. The unfortunate students who sat behind him made a long face while moving their heads. Chitel Mare, a half-giant. He's big. He's probably going to major in magic fighting. Who could handle that physique? Rowan shook his head from side to side. And then hee. The corner of Rowan's lips went up as he looked to the left at a person who drew many eyes, not just Rowan's. A black-haired, red-eyed girl was sitting calmly. No matter what anyone says, this year's top will be Lorraine Archbold. Simon flinched, but nodded his head without showing his thoughts. She's Nephthys' only daughter, so people thought she would be a special admission, but apparently, she just took the entrance exam with a moderate grade. Is that so? She wasn't really in first or second place, but in fact, everyone probably knows that she's the best freshman this year. Simon agreed. He knew her skills better than anyone because he had seen them right in front of his eyes. At that moment, a man's voice could be heard from the platform. Then we'll now start the entrance ceremony. All students, please stand up from your seats. A man who appeared to be the master of ceremonies conducted the event. He proceeded quickly and neatly, as expected from Kizan, and the vice president's speech and the manager's explanation of precautions were only as long as necessary. It was really comfortable as a listener. And the biggest cheers broke loose when the teachers appeared. Like Silage, they were top-class necromancers who still played active roles. They were so famous that even Simon, who wasn't really familiar with the continent's situation, had heard of them. When idols appeared that they'd only heard of through words, the students' reactions almost resembled fanatics. While Rowan next to him was foaming his mouth and shouting, Simon observed the faculty's side. So Nephthys isn't here. Rowan chuckled after hearing Simon's muttering. Why would that great necromancer come to the first year's entrance ceremony? Even if you were a third year, you would barely see her face. Is that so? Even if I told him, he wouldn't believe that such a person was lost in Langerstein with ice cream in her mouth. There'll now be the oaths of student representatives. All students, please stand from your seats. Finally, the end of this entrance ceremony approached. Simon stood up with everyone else. According to Rowan, the student representative was composed of the best first-year male and female students. Students who are called, please come up to the platform. The host spoke while opening the document. Special admission number 2, Serene Eindark. A huge cheer broke loose. The girl with ash-blonde hair got up from her seat and walked towards the front. He could hear people everywhere talking about her being the heir of the Ivory Tower. And special admission number 1. When the host opened his mouth again, silence filled the room. Simon Polentia. Chapter 7. The surroundings suddenly stilled. He just called my name, didn't he? Simon felt his mind going blank. Is Simon Polentia not around? Simon held his breath and stood up. The gazes of thousands of peers were focused on him. Who's that? No clue at all. He's the number 1? It was his first time in a place with this many people, as well as receiving this much attention. Simon kept on gulping from the tension as he climbed up to the platform and stood next to Serene. Phew. As Simon exhaled slowly, the host came and tapped Simon's shoulder. No need to be nervous. You just have to follow what it says here. Yes. I understand. Serene was looking at Simon. She nodded her head, and Simon replied by nodding his head back. Both of them raised their right hands simultaneously. We solemnly pledge. We solemnly pledge. Then he heard the 998 students shouting the same oath from behind. That we the freshmen. That we the freshmen. Simon's head spun as he moved his mouth. He didn't understand if he was saying it correctly or what it was about. He just did his best to read in line with Serene's voice and to avoid voice cracking. And just like that, since the first day of admission, Simon got everyone's attention. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. No way, this is crazy. Whoa. You were the first special admission? As soon as Simon returned to his seat, Rowan shouted in excitement. Simon wanted to explain his side of the story, but the tight class schedule forced him to immediately go to the lecture room. It was the entrance ceremony and the first day of school, but they didn't let the students pass just like that. The first class started right away. Simon was assigned to Class A. The first semester of the first year was conducted without a major, and a total of 14 classes were held. At first, over 60 people were in each class, but later this number was often cut in half, and class was frequently abolished and amalgamated. There was no one Simon knew when he entered Class A. Not just Lorraine, but Rowan wasn't here either. Cindy Vivace, whom he met at the bookstore, just greeted him, saying, "Hey, special number 1. Still, since it was a new class, everyone had an awkward atmosphere, so Simon somehow could be covered. The first class is Curses. Simon, who sat in the back, took out his textbook and looked up, seeing the students who'd been looking at Simon hurriedly turning their heads away. Slide. Finally, the lecture room door opened and the professor entered. A thunderous cheer broke loose from the students who recognized the professor. Bahil Almagar. For real? When people thought of the word necromancer, they usually thought of dark and gloomy people touching a corpse and hiding in the shade. But now, that was nothing but a story of the past. Modern necromancers who had risen to become mainstream were intelligent, practical, sophisticated, and trendy. Rather, the old-fashioned and conservative image was closer to the priests. And one of the representatives of this new generation of necromancers was Bahil. Wearing a white suit from head to toe, Bahil showed off his model-like proportions. In addition to his outstanding looks, he was a young necromancer in his late 20s with star qualities and who belonged to Kizan's core force, the Crow. He was a target of absolute admiration for the students of Kizan. Bahil smiled and waved from the cheering of the students. You could hear some girls screaming. Nice to meet you, freshman. I'm Bahil Almagar, who'll be taking the first-year Curses subject this year. Cheers broke loose once more. Bahil raised his hands and skillfully calmed the students, then set the pork pie hat from his head down on the table. Then shall we call the roll? Since it's also the first time for you all to meet each other, let's include a simple introduction one by one when the names are called. Bahil called the roll. Jamie Victoria. Yes. Professor, I'm so honored. I came to this school following you. Bahil reached out and interrupted Jamie, then winked playfully. You're not introducing yourself to me. You're introducing yourself to the friends here. Again. Small laughter could be heard. Jamie Victoria blushed and said she hoped to get along well for the semester. After Jamie started off with a smooth start, everyone introduced themselves with the casual feeling of getting along well. There was nothing to be gained for Simon to stand out in this situation, so he passed it smoothly. Some students appealed to themselves in preparation for the group class while some gloated about themselves. Looks like there are a lot of unique students. Good. Bahil, who put down the roll, rolled up his sleeves and walked over to the blackboard. Then, let's start the class. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tap. Tap tap. He took the chalk and wrote the 3-word studies on curses. When he wrote the last word, curses, the chalk broke and flew away from the force he applied. Bahil picked up a new chalk as if used to it. Let's start with the basic question. Why should we learn curses? Bahil had the power of pulling the crowd from the first word. All the students craned their necks and focused to not miss a single word from him. Can anyone define what a curse is? In the seat right in front of Simon, a girl with glasses raised her hand. I'm Claudia Menzies, sir. A curse is a dark magic that weakens the opponent while maintaining your own strength. Excellent, Claudia. The girl's face lit up with Bahil's praise. However, there would be some students who wouldn't really get it by saying it's simply weakening the other person. Alright. Let's say there are 2 knights here at the same skill level. Bahil moved the chalk and held it up like a sword. The 2 knights clash their swords and begin to fight fiercely. They consume each other's stamina, waiting for the other to make mistakes or reveal weak points. Bahil wrote exhaust on the blackboard. They exchanged about 20 blows, but they wouldn't fall down. At that time, the knight facing the other knight screams and looks at the opponent with killing intent. The knight on the other side flinched and has a petrified expression on his face. Bahil wrote pressure on the blackboard. Finally, the sword cuts through the opponent's shoulder. The opponent bleeds and begins to shake his movements. Little by little, he's seizing the chance of victory. Bahil wrote bleeding on the blackboard. As the battle between the two knights progressed, more and more words were written on the blackboard. All those words were a kind of necromancer's curse magic. The students were sweating from their hands as Bahil's voice reached a climax. And finally, the knight cuts off the head of his opponent. Bahil lowered his arm, holding the chalk, and there was a moment of silence in the lecture room. Bahil, who looked around the students without saying a word, smiled and wrote the word doom on the blackboard. Exclamations broke loose everywhere. Do you understand now? Even the most primitive and barbaric battles of human beings, simply clashing with weapons, is the series of steps of weakening the opponent to lead to victory. Xianxia the novel, F.ir. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Bahil picked up a new piece of chalk. Now, we'll look at the fight of the modern necromancer. He scribbled a person on a blackboard. How will the necromancer defeat this opponent? Bahil drew a circle around all the curse magic words he had written down and then dragged him to the edge of the blackboard to touch the person. Necromancer 1. Curses have a simple and light structure among many dark magics and can be deployed quickly. It's efficient enough to completely shake up an opponent with a little effort. Bahil winked at the male student sitting in the front row. He then swung his arm, completed the exhaustion curse with an A. Matter of seconds, and fired it at him. Huff. Just like that, the male student sprawled in his seat. He rolled his eyes as if he couldn't move. Bahil walked slowly towards him. This is. Then he pulled out the magic sword from the male student's bag and pretended to hit him on the neck. How the modern necromancers fight. Woo. Thrilled students jumped up from their seats and cheered. Bahil smiled and bowed his head in response, releasing the curse on the student. I don't know which major you'll choose, but I boldly expect that at least 80% of freshmen will take my class in the second semester. Curses are a highly compatible study. While taking advantage of your skills, calmly place a curse into your opponent whenever you have a chance. That'll be the most effective way to secure the victory. He walked back to the platform. Then let's talk a little bit about something you guys might find interesting. And then, under the studies on curses written on the blackboard, he began to write new words. I personally believe that studies on curses are the core of modern necromancer. The reason is. He wrote priest on the blackboard. Because it's the most effective means of dealing with our main enemy. From the first class, he touched a sensitive topic. A strong sense of hostility immediately arose in the eyes of the students. Then I'll ask you all. If the necromancer has a curse, the priest has a blessing. The difference between strengthening magic and weakening magic. And right here. Bahil chuckled. Is there any student who can explain what makes a curse better than a blessing? All voices were hushed. While the students stole glances at one another, one raised a hand. It was Jamie Victoria, the first one to be called on the roll. Jamie Victoria, sir. Curses have a faster casting speed than blessings. You can stack up debuffs faster, even on the same opponent. Interesting opinion. Bahil folded his arms. But you're wrong. In terms of casting speed alone, it's the general opinion of the scholars that the blessing of a priest is slightly faster than a curse that has to be cast through the opponent's resistance. Jamie bit her lips frustratedly and sat back down. Anyone else with a different opinion? Then there was a person who raised his arm. He was a male student with a defined face, thick eyebrows, tall height, and good physique. Hector Moore, sir. Please go on. There is almost no one who trains themselves in a weakened state. It was an enigmatic answer, but a deep smile crept on Bahil's lips. Mister, what was your name again? It's Hector Moore. I'll remember that. Whoa. Voices full of envy resounded all around. There were 1,000 freshmen. The chances of surviving increased if you were somehow favored by Professor, so it was great merit to have your name remembered. Hector is right. It's because weakening magic can't be stopped by training. He looked at the students. Everyone trains on the premise that they're in a normal condition. The measure of your ability is the level of performance you can pull off when all environments are within your control. The students nodded. Humans are much more delicate animals than they look, and even the smallest change can break them. Cutting out the arm of the archer who pointed the bow at me isn't the only answer. Obstructing their vision by eye inflammation, giving him motion sickness, confusing the sense of distance, or distracting him by other means. The arrow that should have hit me may miss. Bahiel raised the corner of his lips. Necromancers have a variety of means to lower the enemy's condition. But think about it. There's no one who'd train for a curse when they're tired or have a bad tummy that feels like their intestines are breaking, right? They'd just take a day off. Small laughter from the students could be heard. So remember. Rather than strengthening ourselves, we need to figure out how to weaken them. The students nodded and moved their quills. They started taking notes since it sounded like it would definitely appear on the exam. And now, we'll have some time to learn a curse. Simon, who was jotting down the notes with the others, suddenly raised his head. What? We're learning dark magic in our first class? Bahiel's assistant showed up and prepared one practice set for each student. On the right side, a plant resembling a cactus was placed on a sandboard, and on the left side, a magic circle frame that resembled a cast or a mold was placed. It was a magic circle rectifying tool for beginner necromancers. It's a shame for Kizan students to use the rectifying tool, but since it's our first class, there's nothing we can do about it, said Bahiel. It's good to get the hang of it, but please be careful not to rely too much on a rectifying tool as it can develop a bad habit. Now, let's start practicing the fatigue curse, exhaust. Bahiel kindly taught how to use the rectifying tool, and Simon followed him exactly as instructed. He grabbed both handles on the rectifying tool, squeezed the jet black, and poured it into the handles. The jet black flowed in the rectifying tool and gradually formed a magic circle. The key is how well you establish the main rune. To put it simply, runes were letters with magical power, and by writing these letters using jet black, a magical effect could be created. Simon concentrated on writing the primary rune and the activation formula on the edge of the magic circle. Of course, since it was an operation done using a mold, he could draw the magic circle without understanding the structure in his head. Now, students who have completed it, please float the magic circle in the air. Simon swallowed his saliva and tried to raise the completed magic circle. A dark blue jet black magic circle broke out of the mold and floated in the air. Whoa! It was a real magic circle. He was able to create the same technique that his father, Richard, used at times too. He had some doubts about whether this would really activate dark magic, but he couldn't help but look forward to it. Looking around, about half of the students in the class had their magic circles floating in the air. Ah! While he was spacing out for a moment, one side of the magic circle that Simon had made turned into a liquid and flowed down. I can see some students whose shape of the magic circle breaks down, said Bahiel immediately. It happens when the jet black isn't refined properly or when the solidarity of the magic circle is weakened. Try again. Simon clenched his teeth and started all over again. And for those students who can keep their magic circle in the air, let's get into the action right away. Use the curse on the plant in front of your desk. The successful students took a deep breath and activated the magic circle all at once. Wish! The black gas fired from the magic circle was directed at the cactus-like plant. Half of them didn't show any change, and the other half had their plants droop. Congratulations! If there's any significant change to the plant, the magic circle is working properly. Yes. The male student next to Simon clenched his fist. Simon held back his envy and resumed his magic circle work. The gap can be observed already. For the successful students, please repeat it to increase the speed of magic circle completion, and for those who think that the speed is sufficient, let's practice creating a magic circle in the air without using a rectifying tool. Time passed quickly, and Simon tasted his fourth failure. There was no problem with creating the magic circle, but it turned into a mushy porridge and fell to the floor when he floated it in the air. What's the problem here? Simon became nervous as the number of successful students increased. Of course, Kizan was a gathering place for the best talents on the continent, and most of the students came after preparing the lessons in advance. It was natural for Simon to be at a loss. It was his first time encountering dark magic, but such self-justification didn't exist in Simon's head. Why did it fail? But it still has the properties of mana. To see it surging like fire means that it hasn't been able to get out of the gaseous state. He needs to learn to use his core more effectively. The moment he recalled the voices of Nephthys and Lorraine, whom he met in Langerstein, Simon took his hand off from the rectifying tool. He then closed his eyes and focused on the mana in his body. Back to the basics. Drawing mana into the body through breathing and transferring that mana to the core below the heart. Same so far. However, Simon didn't drain his mana into his core right away, but first gathered as much as he could. Ugh! He felt a tingling pain in the lower part of his heart, but he clenched his teeth and endured it. Then, he shoved the lump of mana he had gathered to the limit into the core at once. When he powerfully inserted a large amount of mana at once, the jet black became harder and flowed out of the core. It was a temporary measure that Simon, who had not yet learned how to use the core, came up with. Now, here I go. Simon opened his eyes and grabbed the handle of the rectifying tool. The more purified color of jet black was placed in the mold faster than before. Simon quickly finished working on the rune and formula before floating his magic circle in the air. It's working. Now it wouldn't break. Simon moved the magic circle and aimed at the plant on the sandboard. He wanted to succeed while he got the hang of it. Exhaust. When the magic circle was activated, the gray smoke from the center of the rune hit the plant. Swish. The stiff body of the plant drooped. It worked. Now, enough, everyone. Bahil clapped his hands. For the students who haven't succeeded until the end, please continue practicing in the dormitory. Voices of frustration could be heard from here and there. Bahil returned to the platform and held up the rollbook. Now. We'll hold a practice match with the magic we learned today for the rest of the time. For the students who are called, please come forward. Suddenly, a huge tension struck the lecture room. The students were busy avoiding Bahil's eyes. Bahil smiled and looked at the rollbook. Oh? The special admission number 1 was in this class, huh? The students looked back simultaneously. Simon Polantia. Please come forward. Yes, sir. I was feeling kind of uneasy, but it ended up like this after all. Simon pulled himself together while going to the platform. There's no reason to be nervous since I succeeded in the end. Just keep the ball rolling. The students flinched, avoiding Bahil's gaze. Bahil browsed his roll book with a smile, as if seeing the students acting like that was fun. There are 2 students with impressive entrance scores. Bahil, who had been thinking about who to call between the 2 of them, finally opened his mouth. Hector Moore. Please come forward. Yes, sir. It was that huge male student Bahil said he'd remember. Hector got up and went up to the platform. Soon, the 2 of them stood facing each other on the platform. *****. Reaper scans. Translator Raman. Proofreader Artathrax. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://dsc.gg/reapercomics. *****. Simon held his breath. This male student named Hector felt much bigger when face to face like this. I'll start explaining the rules. The assistants put a stand desk in front of Simon and Hector. On top of that, there was the rectifying tool for exhaust that they used in class. Only exhaust is allowed for the both of you. Complete the exhaust and use it on your opponent. Whoever hits the floor with the knee or butt first loses. The rules were simple. Simon strengthened his resolve. Since it came to this, standing up in front of everyone, he wanted to win. Professor. At that moment, Hector raised his hand. Yes? What is it? I'll battle without using the rectifying tool. Phew. You could hear whistle sounds from the room. The students were now relaxed and ready to enjoy the match between the two. What an excellent mindset. At the beginning of the class, Bahil had a nuance that he wasn't happy with using a rectifying tool. As Hector observed this, he appealed his skills and confidence while earning a score with an offer that Bahil would like. He was clever, contrary to his rugged bear-like look. Bahil turned his head to look at Simon. How about you, Simon? Simon's mouth went dry. Everyone here was watching him with eyes full of expectation. Honestly, it was a difficult atmosphere for him to refuse the offer, but I'll use the rectifying tool. It's better to face reality than to be arrogant. It would be worse to accept that offer and diminish powerlessly without a single successful exhaust. Bahil looked at Hector with a bitter smile, and Hector replied as if waiting. I have no intention of withdrawing what I said. Very well. Hector completely grabbed the influence of the crowd. Hector imprinted the impression of Simon being the petty special admission number one and him being honest and confident. It was obvious who people watching would cheer for. Begin the match on my cue. I hope that both of you'll show a great match in front of your classmates. Hector lowered his posture and Simon grabbed the handle of the rectifying tool. Start the match. Simon raised the jet black he had prepared and put it in the rectifying tool. Jet black quickly spread and filled the magic circle mold. I can do it. Maybe because of the tension, the jet black wouldn't extend as it did during the practice, but he patiently waited for the magic circle to be completed. Just when he was about to continue the detailed formula after the main rune in the center was written. Suddenly, Simon's body felt heavy, and his legs started to tremble. No way. Simon raised his head. Hector was smiling triumphantly, already completing his first spell. Wuxia. Way to go, Hector. He's so fast. Hector was riding on the momentum and started preparing a second spell immediately, while Simon clenched his teeth and tried to maintain his pace. My body feels heavy, even if it was just one shot. He was sweating and his legs shook. Simon could feel why the curse was threatening and an effective means to attack his whole body. The moment Simon floated the magic circle completed with the rectifying tool in the air, one side of the circle collapsed like porridge. Groans could be heard from the room. Even if he could activate this, it wouldn't have any effect since the formula was damaged. Simon let go of it and prepared a new magic circle. Kook. And Hector's second exhaust burst on Simon. He felt his stamina draining, and his body got heavier. It was the worst. Even focusing on casting was already tough, and now standing upright was becoming exhausting. A situation where you inevitably couldn't concentrate. The progress of the battle flowed one-sidedly. Hector activated the third, fourth, and fifth exhausts and fired them at Simon without mercy. Simon's knees trembled as if they were about to give away. The students liked Hector's fierce attack for a while, but now they were looking at Simon with pity. It's over. He's no match. He can't even hit a single strike? Is he really special admission number one? Simon failed to build a magic circle twice in a row as his condition and concentration was extremely low. Hector spoke as he fired the sixth exhaust on Simon. Just give up. You look pathetic. Simon became desperate and gave strength to his legs. I can't back off like this. One more time. Following the third attempt, Hector sighed and prepared his seventh exhaust. Bahil was observing the battle of two students with his arms crossed. That boy named Hector was definitely the real deal. Aside from being talented in curses, he had a great mindset as a student. A person who'd survive up to the third year. He thought that he'd definitely take this guy. The special admission number one on the other hand. To be honest, he was terrible. Learning the lessons ahead was entry-level for Kizan, and there were students who'd even gone through the actual fights. However, the student who had the title of Special Admission Number 1 didn't have any basic skills at all. As if it was his first time learning dark magic. Why did Nephthys choose this boy as the Special Admission Number 1? The Special Admissions 1, 2, 3, and 4 that were formally invited to Kizan by skipping the cruel entrance exam were really the talented people of the century. Among them, the selection of Special Admission Number 1 was the authority of Nephthys, the ruler and president of Kizan, and each one of them had grown into a big shot. However, for a student chosen by Nephthys herself, he was hopeless. If there was something special about him, maybe it was his physical strength. Usually, students knelt after taking 4 exhausts. But now, Simon was holding up even after being hit a whopping 9 times. He was born gifted with physical strength. He must have been training his body too. And seeing him still holding on to magic in a situation where it was difficult to even stand, his mental strength was pretty good too. However, that was it. If it was Professor Hongfeng of combat magic, she would have been drooling, but it didn't really appeal to Bahil. Kuhuk. Simon opened his eyes and floated his 4th magic circle above the mold. It was completely formed and didn't flow down in the air this time. Simon immediately activated the magic. A gray gas shot out and hit Hector's body. Hector, who was preparing a spell, stumbled massively. For instance, he almost lost his balance as his knees bent, but he barely managed to stay up by putting his hands to the floor. It finally worked. Simon clenched his fist. A look of bewilderment appeared on Hector's face for the first time as he raised his head. What? Why is this so heavy? Hector had experienced exhaust as a preparation in advance. But was the curse this heavy? He almost got knocked out with just 1 shot. Still, the score was 9-1. He was undoubtedly in the position of advantage. But Hector, who had allowed Simon's first shot, felt an unknown nervousness. The opponent following him like a leech grabbing his trouser leg was supremely annoying. Just fall already. Hector pulled out all his concentration and activated the 10th magic circle floating in the air. Thud. Finally, Simon, who took the exhaust 10 times, knelt down on one knee on the floor. Stop. The match is over. Bahil came forward and said. The winner is Hector Moore. The applause of the students filled the room. Hector looked away, wiping the sweat off his forehead. He saw Simon sitting there, sweating buckets. He didn't feel like he won. When Hector first hit his exhaust, he could tell that his opponent was a beginner. A person who never learned dark magic. So, the fight should have ended there. It should have ended there, but he wouldn't fall down. Even after taking 9 shots of exhaust, even if his legs trembled, he managed to complete the magic and hit Hector once. Creepy bastard. Before he got bigger. Before, one day, he became so huge that no one could stop him. Wouldn't it be better to crush him while I still can? Hector thought that to himself seriously. You did a good job too, Simon. Please go back to your seat. When Bahil snapped his fingers, the 10 stacks of exhaust curse that had been holding Simon down were lifted. The curse was lifted, but the tiredness he had endured in the meantime remained intact. A sour odor came out of his mouth. But still. Phew. He had no regrets. Simon got up with a sense of relief. It was fun. He felt good about coming to this school. Well then. I'll dismiss the class today. Bahil immediately declared the end of class. The students ebbed away from the lecture room, and Bahil sat back in his chair. Then he closed his eyes and stayed still, as if meditating. Professor. At that moment, a female student reading Bahil's face came up to him. I have a question about the CLA. Please wait a minute. Come to my lab after all the classes for today are over, please. Then I'll answer all your questions. Oh really? Thank you so much. What a welcome windfall. The female student ran out of the lecture room with a small scream at the fact that she had been invited to Bahil's lab. Bahil was staring at her back with his bleary eyes. Gotta resist myself. Insults rose up his throat. This feeling. This emotion right now. He didn't want to waste his lingering feeling on a cheap thing like that. Bahil closed his eyes again and recalled the class, as if savoring it. Simon Polantia. He was thinking of none other than Simon. At first, he thought he was simply a guy with good physical strength, but that wasn't it. All the students in the class probably thought that Simon was destroyed one-sidedly by a score of 10-1. But that one strike of exhaust he fired at Hector in the end. In the eyes of the professor, who read the talents and possibilities of the students, the single exhaust that Simon cast was several times, no, at least 10 times more valuable than the 10 exhausts Hector had cast. Simon's exhaust played over and over again in his head. This is the best. The side of Bahil's mouth tore open. I need to make a genius like that major in curses no matter what. Bahil's inherent desire began to itch. Chapter 9. The following classes were also a series of troubles. The second period was defense against the holy arts, and the third period was hemomancy, and every single professor tested Simon as the number one special admission by calling him out to the platform. It was like a yearly event. The truth was, in Kizan, obviously the competition between students was fierce, but it also was for the professors. Professors with poor performance were fired, even during the semester. Their salaries fluctuated according to performance, and their power of influence inside Kizan also changed. Therefore, the professors tried to secure as many students as possible in their majors and especially attract outstanding students as their direct disciples. As part of that, they were testing the skills of the best students in their first class, and it was natural for Simon, the number one special admission, to come up to the platform. In those two classes, Simon had to go against a female student named Malin Valen. She was the top of Class A and the holder of the highest entrance exam score in the whole first year. Judging from the written exam alone, she was practically a person with talent close to the top of the whole school. There was no way Simon, who had just begun to study dark magic, could win against her. In the battle against Hector, he somehow managed to return a single shot, but it was almost impossible to win against Malin. The professor tilted their heads at this unexpected situation, and the students of Class A now noticed that Simon was a total beginner. Arf. They restlessly finished the third class too. Fortunately, the next class ended a little earlier, so they had some free time. Simon was resting alone on the empty cafeteria table. The classes are fun, but it's so hard. He didn't know that school classes would be this hard. The fact that he lost all his strength in the battle against Hector was a huge factor too. Simon groaned and rested his head on his arm. Hi. While Simon was catching his breath, somebody came up and spoke to him. When he looked up, he saw a smiling young male student with short blonde hair and sunglasses on his forehead. I'm in Class A, just like you. My name is Rick Hayward. Simon Polantia. The two shook their hands lightly. You've become so famous already. Your name is on the lips of other classes too, you know? Simon shrugged. They're probably talking about how overrated the number one special admission is. Ha ha ha. Rick laughed and sat down opposite Simon. Actually, you're perfectly normal. I wonder why everyone's acting rashly when we're still on our first day. Thank you for your words. Rick locked his fingers together with a slightly serious expression on his face. Did you know? Hector is already forming his own faction. Faction? Since he showed an impressive appearance in the first class. It's only natural for him to attract people. He's also the eldest son of a powerful family, so he's popular among the nobles too. Simon rested his chin on his hands with a sour face. I'm not really interested. Hey, listen. Politics are also important in Kizan. What do you think would happen if Class A falls to the hands of Hector like this? Those who gets marked by Hector would meet their end. It'll be difficult to find a team member to work with on group assignments too. Then it was a different story. Simon fixed his posture. You seem to have a quick grasp of the situation. But why are you here instead of going to Hector? Rick gave a surprised look, as if Simon hit the nail right on the head. He's pretty sharp, unlike his innocent looks. Rick smiled awkwardly and scratched the side of his head. Actually, I'm a commoner. From a merchant family. Then he got up and respectfully bowed his head. I apologize if a commoner like me was being rude, sir. Stop that. I heard that we're all the same first-year students in Kizan. Rick chuckled, pleased, and sat down. I know, but there are some kids who give themselves the air of a noble so. Well, I don't at least. That's a relief. Actually, I have something to offer to you. Rick held out his hand. Come to my faction, Simon. Whether you're lacking in skills or marked as overrated, it's unequivocally true that you're the #1 special admission. The advanced preparation for lessons might seem big now, but eventually, everything will be equal. Wouldn't Nephthys have brought you here as a special admission for a reason? You're worth it. Simon smiled. Instead of factions or anything like that. Simon reached out his hand in front of Rick's. How about we just become equal friends? Rick let out a silly laugh. Wow. That sounded super awkward. To think that there were still people who want to be friends rather than being allies or faction members. Honestly, it was so out of style. It was cringe. However, Simon's approach felt special among all the people guided by self-interest. Rick reached out and grabbed Simon's hand firmly. This kind of thing wouldn't be bad at times. Haha. It wasn't bad for Simon to be friends with a student who knew Kizan well and had a sense for politics. The two got up from their seats after shaking hands. They had to move to the lecture room where the next class will be held soon. What's our next class again? Gimme a sec. Rick pulled a notebook out of his pocket and opened it. Ah. It's summoning. Hearing that, Simon's eyes lit up. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Simon and Rick got to the lecture room on time. Unlike in the first class, the air had loosened up. Everyone was sharing stories with classmates they became close with. And just as Rick said, 4 boys were chatting and laughing around Hector. Then, as Simon passed by, they let out a silent sneer. Oh my, dear #1 special admission is passing by. The rare overrated in the history of Kizan. Does it make sense that someone like him beat Cern, Châtel, and Lorraine? They were ridiculing Simon, but Hector, who was in the group's center, was quiet. He just looked at Simon for a moment then turned his head. Don't mind them, Simon, said Rick. You don't have to listen to what wingmen are saying. Simon sat down with an expressionless face and took out the textbook for summoning class. I'm excited. Huh? For the summoning class. Simon's eyes were sparkling. Without having to tell him, he looked like he didn't care at all. Rick giggled. He really is a different one after all. After a while, the bell rang to signal the start of class. The students hurriedly returned to their seats. Scuff. Scuff. They could hear foot dragging outside the lecture room. Including Bahil Almagar of Curses, all of the professors they'd seen until now were amazing people. The students waited in high hopes of who would enter. Click. Finally, the lecture room door opened, and a man that looks like he was in his 30s entered. Messy hair, as if he had just woken up, a ragged beard that looked like he hadn't shaved for a long time, a baggy shirt and shorts, and old slippers. Simon wondered if a passing neighborhood old man had entered the lecture room by mistake. It was the same for the other students. Since they'd only been seeing neat and smartly dressed professors until now, it was a bit shocking for them. The professor dragged his slippers and stood in front of the professor's desk. Arandia, who'll be in charge of your summoning class for the semester. A languid voice echoed through the lecture room. Aaron walked to the blackboard and slowly wrote down the word summoning. You could feel his tiredness, with one hand in his pocket and writing with the other, but perhaps that was another charming point. Some female students babbled with their flushed faces. Summoning is the root of the necromancer and can be said to be the history itself. Scholars are reluctant to admit it, but it's hard to deny that our origins come from the undertaker, grave robber, and necrophilia. Aaron put down the chalk with a gloomy smile. Now let us proceed. If you guys have ears, you've probably heard a lot about the summoning. As it's outdated, it's not treated well, or it's difficult to study, and there are too many handicaps. Some students nodded their heads sympathetically. Those kinds of prejudices that you all heard. Simon felt his heart beating little by little. The other students gulped and waited for Aaron's next words. Most of them are true. Xianxia, the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Simon doubted his ears. What did the summoning professor just say? Aaron continued explaining in a drowsy voice. In the classes you took earlier, I believe there were a lot of talks on why their major is great and why you should take it. Personally, I'm against it. We need to clearly state all the pros and cons so that students can make the right choice. Aaron went back to the blackboard and took the chalk. Students also held their quills to take notes. The first disadvantage of summoning. Simon let out a bitter laugh. You're telling us the disadvantages first? Summoning is expensive. After Aaron had written it on the blackboard, he turned to the students. I'm not just saying it. No matter how much you're imagining, summoning is a study that costs a lot more than that. Suddenly there was silence in the lecture room. The cost for the material of one summoning class may be higher than the material cost of all other subjects combined. That's natural. Are you going to kill the people next to you, raid the village, search for animals, and slaughter them one by one whenever you create a skeleton or a zombie? No. Necromancers these days use a skeleton set, or specially processed corpses that can be turned directly into zombies. Besides, most of the undead created this way are one-time use. Some students' faces sombred. In particular, the expression of commoner students noticeably worsened. It's common that the cost of materials consumed during the battle is more than the reward of a mission. If you're going to major in summoning, give up on making money. And secondly, Aaron wrote the next statement. The dependency on your summons is high. Well, this is pretty much obvious too. Summoning is the study of fighting using your summons. Aaron raised his hand holding the chalk and circled the word dependency several times. When the summoned creature is destroyed, the fighting power of a summoner drops by over 80%. Especially these days, there are many cases of using your own semi-permanent undead that has been modified rather than a single-use undead. But what if this undead is destroyed during the battle? Aaron raised the corner of his lips. In an actual situation, imagine yourself sucking your thumb after losing your summon while your comrades spread the map and discuss their tactics diligently. Simon became more and more dumbfounded. Isn't this too much? Is this person really a professor for summoning? And this dependency is in line with the first disadvantage. Aaron drew a line around the circled word dependency and connected it to expensive. If you lose your primary summon, the summoner suffers critical damage both financially and in fighting power. You'll have to spend a lot of time gathering money to restore the fighting power. A deep silence fell on the lecture room. And lastly, the third. Aaron, who was writing on the blackboard, grinned a toothy grin. This one is the most important. Chapter 10. The third disadvantage. Summoning is weak in battle against the priests. This time, Simon also had to go wide-eyed. The dispute with the side of priest has been the most sensitive issue for students recently, and all the professors so far have appealed with strength in this area. But Aaron was the complete opposite. I have said it like this, but to be exact, the study of summoning isn't suitable for the modern war itself. When summoning can play an active role is an all-out war. When tens of thousands collide in a large-scale battle, the summoner will receive an infinite supply of materials to summon an undead. However, the current battle where the armistice has been signed takes the form of a small wars against priests who are on a mission. It's an inevitable trend where the cursing or necromantic magics where you can do a quick hit and run are popular. Although he was saying, in other words, that his major was outdated, Aaron was emotionless. And it's also true that summoning magic is weak against priests. Just imagine an undead army that you put a lot of money and effort into being shattered with a single holy spell that the priests cast. You're just at a disadvantage to begin with. Aaron put down his chalk and turned to his students. Other than these, there are countless disadvantages that I have not mentioned, but the decision is yours. At that moment, someone raised a hand. It was the same student who first presented during the class of curses. Jamie Victoria. I'd like to know the advantages of summoning. Other professors may have found it commendable to have a disciple who helped them appeal like this, but that wasn't the case for Aaron. I don't recall allowing questions yet. Jamie felt goosebumps rising all over her body. The other relaxed students belatedly came to their senses and fixed their postures too. I am sorry. Jamie bowed her head. But as Aaron was a professor, he had an obligation to answer his students' questions. He kicked his tongue and opened his mouth. The strength of summoning is quantity. Apart from fighting alone, you can get help from your summons. Through this, you can develop a variety of tactics, even with a necromancer alone. Did that answer your question? Yes. Aaron folded his arms. It's your choice whether to take summoning in the second semester or choose summoning as your major. But just keep this in mind. Aaron's voice became serious. He seemed to be a completely different person from when he was conducting the class loosely. Don't even think of stepping in this area if you aren't determined enough. Aaron was really different from other professors. I'm telling you that you shouldn't even think about majoring in this study with a soft mindset where you would get frustrated, complain, feel ashamed, and eventually ask for counseling to shift courses beyond your second year. The way Aaron spat his words sounded like he had some deep resentment as well. Sar the novel, F.ir. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Aaron's assistants standing behind him were also sighing quietly. Especially if there's anyone who wants to major in summoning for survival because of the low competition. I'll expel them with my own hands. That's all. At that, he declared to the students. Then I'll now start the class. When Aaron returned with his drowsy voice and gave a gesture, the assistants moved quickly and placed the skeleton sets on the students' desks. Simon drew a sigh and looked at the skeleton set on the desk. Pieces of bone were sorted inside the box. He noticed that, upon closer inspection, numbers were engraved on the bone. What you guys have there is the bones of Island Ratman. They have a skeleton structure similar to a human but are simpler and cheaper. Most beginners who study summoning start with this one. The assistant for summoning pasted a paper that consisted of the detailed bone structure and numbers for the Island Ratmen. Well, begin. Take out number 1, the skull. Simon and the students lifted the skull, nervous, and placed them on the table. Some girls squinted their eyes a little as if it were disgusting, but no more. There was no hesitation in how they handled it, as expected from the girls who entered Kizan. The skull is pre-assembled. There's a part where you can put your hand in the lower part and there's a magic circle rectifying frame inside the skull. Everyone put your hands on it and establish that magic circle. It was true. It had a similar structure to the magic circle rectifying tool for the first curses class, except it was engraved directly on the skull. Simon squeezed the jet black and let it flow through the magic circle rectifying frame. Alright. I'm now pretty used to using the rectifying tool. And when the magic circle is complete. Kaiawea. Yua. Aakak. The screams of students broke loose from everywhere. When the magic circle was completed, the skull suddenly came to life, popping the jaw and making a clicking sound. One after another, students with skulls in their hands threw them away in surprise or fell from their chairs in shock. Even Rick, sitting next to Simon, was panting with his hand on his chest. I was going to say that when the magic circle is complete, the undead will start moving, so don't be surprised. But I guess I was a little too late, said Aaron, smiling mischievously. Some students looked at him with resentful eyes, but they didn't dare to complain. Meanwhile, Simon also completed the magic circle of the skull. The then skull popped around the table as if it were alive. Stay still. Simon grabbed the skull that was about to fall off the desk and placed it on the desk. Then, the undead behaved as if it understood the words of Simon. Simon, are you used to these? Rick in the seat next to him was in disgust, like he didn't want to touch the undead. Simon shrugged his shoulders. His father was a necromancer, so there were many instances of skeletons wandering around the house. Get used to it. You guys are necromancers. Aaron continued to speak with his hands in his pockets. And with the magic circle you just activated, the undead is almost complete. Of course, it can't move because it doesn't have a body. Now it's your turn to make the body of the skeleton. Aaron tapped the picture of the island rat man's bone structure on the blackboard. A necromancer must have a complete understanding of the bone structure of the creature that'll be their summons. Normally, humans have 206 bones, but island rat men have 53, so it's much easier. First, find number 2, the cervical vertebra. The students rummaged through the skeleton set. Simon also found a bone with the words number 2 written on it. Now attach the number 2 bone to the skull. Simon turned his head. There's no tool for sticking it. How am I supposed to connect this? Simon unsurely placed the number 2 bone under the skull. Then, like the attraction of a magnet, the bones in his hands trembled and tried to stick. When Simon loosened the grip a little, the bones attached themselves with a loud tap. Oh, that's fascinating. Simon blinked his eyes. Again, the entire magic that moves the skeleton was completed by activating the magic circle earlier. And skeletons have a tendency to turn back to their former body shape. Aaron turned his head back to the picture of the bones. Next is the number 3 bone. Simon placed the skull on the desk, found the bones that matched the number, and connected them step by step. Proceed till number 11 in the same way. It worked. Great. The bones attached to each other by finding them and bringing them close to themselves. Simon's skeleton, completed up to the neck, moved its head up and down as if celebrating. Simon let out a laugh. It's so fun. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I don't know if it's because it's not a human bone, but the discomfort and awkwardness disappeared. It felt like assembling a moving bone sculpture according to the blueprint, so Simon could fully immerse himself in the class. Be careful not to confuse the thoracic and lumbar vertebrae. Island rat men are animals that walks upright, and the completion of the spine that supports the back of the body is the most important. If the sequence of bone assembly is wrong, the movement won't be smooth. It'll creak and cause movement problems, often breaking down at critical moments. Now immediately proceed up to number 16. There were many students who were worried about Aaron's atmosphere at the beginning of the class, but in fact, the summoning class was fun enough to be liked by everyone. In a lively atmosphere, everyone showed off each other's finished work or asked questions. Aaron didn't particularly stop that kind of free atmosphere. We're almost done. Proceed up to number 53. For those who are stuck, raise your hand. Professor. I can't really attach the leg over here. Wah, Professor. My skeleton keeps running away. Simon succeeded in creating the skeleton at once without any trial and error. A skeleton, slightly shorter than a human, formed with a pop. So this is the skeleton made with my jet black. While he was watching it, emotional, the skeleton tilted its head. Simon couldn't help but smile at that sight. Hey! Take care of your summon. He's hitting me. I did order it to hit you, though. Kaya. Look at this. I can make it dance too. I wonder why this is cute. Cheerful laughter could be heard everywhere. The students who successfully completed the skeleton were busy playing with their summons. Meanwhile, Simon. Please look at my skeleton. There were some students who couldn't do it. Rick, sitting next to him, was tearing his hair out. Why does this guy keep on attaching his legs to his arms? Rick's skeleton had his right leg attached to his shoulder instead of his right arm, and he was walking with tottery steps. Seeing this, the other students held their sides with laughter. Simon looked at the unipedal skeleton with serious eyes. I think you confused the leg and arm parts. That's why the skeleton is thinking that their legs are arms. Oh really? Look at this. Bone number 21 is a leg bone, not an arm bone. Oh, right. Why do they all look so similar? Time passed faster than ever in the summoning class. Everyone, stop. Today's skeleton assembling ends here. Disappointed voices came out from everywhere. Aaron picked up the roll after returning to the lecture desk. Finally, I'll proceed with the participation class. For the students who are called, come forward. An inevitable event. It had finally come. Simon gulped. But maybe I could somehow be overlooked this time. Simon Polantia. Come forward. However, it was an unavoidable role for the special admission number 1. Simon stood up with a resigned expression on his face. Do your best, Simon. Rick cheered while patting Simon on the back. Hector's group was giggling and laughing from a short distance away. And the next one is. While everyone was avoiding Aaron's gaze, Mei Lin, seated in the front row, was sticking out her neck. After all, excluding the pressure, a stage where you could appeal to a professor of Kizun was like gold. However. Hector Moore. Come forward. Chapter 11. The one assigned this time was Hector. Mei Lin slouched, pouting her lips in disappointment, and Hector slowly stood from his seat. Just like in the first class, Simon and Hector stood up, facing each other. The assistant placed the skeleton sets in front of him. We have about 10 minutes left until the bell rings, said Aaron while looking at his watch. He then searched his pockets, pulled out a cheap-looking necklace, and hung it around the neck of the skeleton model standing in front of the lecture table. Use the skeleton to get this necklace. Whoever has the necklace at the end of class wins. I forbid you to move on your own or use other dark magic, but everything else is permitted. Then, get ready. Aaron stretched out his arm. The two lowered their posture. Begin. Simon and Hector knelt in front of the skeleton set simultaneously. I can do it. Simon's eyes lit up and he pulled out the skull. Search *the.fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I can win in this class. Simon awakened the undead by flowing the jet black into the magic circle inside the skull. The skull's eye socket shimmered in black light, making a popping sound as if it was alive. I'll assemble the spine at once. From number 2 to number 7. Simon raised his head and looked at the blackboard. However, the assistant was tearing off the picture of the bone structure that had been pasted on the blackboard with an apologetic face. Aaron said. Cheating isn't allowed in this match. Simon bit his lips. Hector's eyes shook a little like he was flustered, but he quickly turned his head to the skeleton set. Simon also started selecting bones, pulling himself together. Still, bones have numbers on it. I just have to assemble it step by step in order, starting from number 1. However, no matter how much he looked at the bones, no numbers were written on its surface. The ones you used earlier are sets used for class. The assistants took the trouble to write the numbers one by one. No bone numbers are kindly written on a set of skeletons on the market. Aaron's calm voice echoed. I'm sure I said it. If you're a necromancer, you should know everything. It was like a sky was falling on Simon. Simon glanced at Hector's side. Hector, who had already completed studying in advance for all subjects, was smoothly assembling the island rat man like he had memorized the order and structure of the bones of it. Don't give up. I've also completed it once, so the important bone sequences would be in my head. Simon also found the number 2 neck bone and began to assemble it little by little. Aaron crossed his arms and observed him. It's the first time number 1 special admission touched a skeleton, huh? He turned his head and looked at Hector. On the other hand, that big guy memorized the order and structure. He's relying on knowledge and memory to assemble it. Aaron had his own reasons for not showing the bone structure and numbers that were the first class. Of course, in this case, the one who studied in advance would have an overwhelming advantage. But Aaron's concern wasn't about who'd win the match. His goal was to find a student who has a flair for summoning. Is he Hector? He has some talent. Although knowledge from studying in advance became the basis, it was his intuition to avoid making mistakes at crucial moments. When two options were conflicting, he was able to choose the correct option with very high probability. On the other hand, the number 1 special admission. He was at a loss from the get-go. The order of important bones was wrong, and the overall assembly balance was shaking. Seeing him swapping the bones randomly, it seemed that he was having a meltdown. He wasn't really in favor of studying in advance, but you had to prepare well if your skills were poor. I guess the only student that's worth scooping in this class is Hector. Click. Click. Hector's skeleton stood up, straight, since both its legs were already completed. There was applause everywhere. In particular, the 4 people who offered to join the faction stood up and chanted Hector's name. "I'll win." Hector began assembling the arms and glanced at Simon. Simon was stuck since the assembling of the torso. He looked like he was completely panicking. "And now that I'm winning, I'll trample you so thoroughly that you won't get up again." Hector finished assembling the right arm. He could go and grab the necklace, but while he was at it, he even started assembling the left arm in order to keep face. I need to turn him into a joke in this class. I need to break the confidence of being a special admission and drop it to the bottom. In the blink of an eye, he finished the left arm too. Hector completed a skeleton without even looking at the diagram. Hector's skeleton began to move. It was a little unstable, but it was definitely taking steps forward. The skeleton that had been circling around Simon, as if provoking him, had picked up the necklace hanging from the model and hung it around its neck. Hector raised his muscular right arm. At the same time, he showed a performance where his skeleton also raised his right arm up too. Students sitting in their seats burst into laughter. 5 minutes left. Aaron's cold voice was heard. Simon was still at a loss assembling the body. Whether it was because he was nervous or conscious of his opponent, the sequence of bones that he seemed to remember had disappeared from his mind. "Calm down." Simon put down the bones he was holding in his hands. Simon used his instinct or intuition to guess when he couldn't recall the sequence or numbers of bones he had learned in class. As a result, knowledge and intuition collided and tangled in his head. So Simon decided to give up. Unless my memory is at the level of a genius, it's impossible to memorize all the detailed sequences of bones in one lesson. Therefore, I'll give up the knowledge I learned in class. This time, I'll just assemble with my intuition. Make it just the way I want it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Simon hit the skeleton that was being assembled with his arm and broke it. Surprised voices could be heard from the room. Did he give up? No skills, no guts. How is he number 1 special admission? Simon didn't pay attention to those sounds. He didn't want to leave a single trace of regret until the very end within the given time. He lifted the number 1 skull. The sense and habit formed in that short time was unwittingly shouting to grab the number 2 neckbone. Make it just the way I want it. Simon ignored this and connected the number 5, 7, and 10 to the skull one after another. Isn't that wrong from the start? It's over. Simon clenched his teeth. There was no reason to necessarily come up with a correct answer. Professor Aaron's instruction was that you just had to raise the skeleton and get the necklace, whatever the method was. There's not enough time. I'll discard difficult structures and simplify them. Make the forelegs, centering on number 20. I can't remove number 27 since it's the key point. Instead, I'll take number 29. Aaron, who was silently watching Simon's work, widened his eyes. This is... What Simon was making wasn't an upright island rat man, but a form of a 4-legged beast with both legs and arms on the floor. Nonsense. It's absurd, but there was no doubt. It has a similar bone structure to the large rat monster gray rat that was said to be found in large cities in the western part of the continent. In fact, it fell within the same biological category and was known as the predecessor of the island rat men. He's recreating the rat man's appearance before evolution by assembling the bones differently? Of course, the anatomical features, ecology, and internal organs were completely different, so it was impossible to create the same gray rat. However, what he was making now was an undead, something which worked without needing to follow the rules of living things. It was possible to make bones move with dark magic, whether they fit well or not. He attached the number 49 tailbone to the chest. That makes sense. How does he know that number 11 and number 16 are compatible? He's not acquainted with concepts and knowledge, but with natural insight? What was being made in front of him right now was a defective product that's infinitely far from the correct answer that Aaron wanted. Yet, Aaron was feeling a shudder as vast as a sea. Something strange. On the other hand, Hector also felt that something strange was going on with Simon. With its arms and legs on the floor and its upper body lowered, Simon's work was a bizarre skeleton that couldn't be called an island rat man. But he was certain that something was being built. Way to go, Simon! Cindy Vivace suddenly stood up in the silent classroom and raised her arm. The shape is complete. I don't know what that is, but just complete it. Rick also got up from his seat and shouted without even realizing it. The other students looked at Simon's work with tense expressions. Even Maylin, the top of Class A, was almost standing. Hector bit his lip. I'm the one who finished the product. I even did it in the shortest time without looking at the diagram. I'm the main character here. But why isn't everyone looking at me? Hector became nervous. Just like in the first class. You think you'll just sit by and let this happen? Hector ordered the skeleton. Aaron said that it was forbidden to move directly or use other dark magic, but other actions were allowed. Hector's skeleton started dashing towards Simon, who was concentrating on assembling and didn't notice it. A loud shout like, "Dodge!" broke loose. Slam. Finally. Hector's skeleton kicked and smashed Simon's skeleton. It crumbled down, starting from the torso, and bones scattered in the sky. The students covered their mouths and jumped up from their seats. I won, Simon Polantia. Hector smiled triumphantly while sweating profusely. However. Why? Simon was stretching his right arm with a smile on his face, as if he knew Hector would do that. Something was wrong. Time seemed to slow down endlessly and Hector's eyes moved in the direction Simon's right arm was pointing. Among the bones that flew from the kick just now, you could see an arm bone flying in an arc. It flew next to Hector's skeleton and performed a single simple, yet very precise movement. Rustle. The arm grabbed the necklace the skeleton was wearing and took it off. Then, it fell to the floor like it had lost its strength. Everyone's jaws dropped. And at the same time. Ring. A clear bell rang to signal the end of class. There was a deep silence in the classroom. No one could open their mouths. Even Aaron blankly stared at the arm of the skeleton grabbing the necklace that had fallen to the floor. This is a mistake. Desperately shouted Hector. Professor Aaron. You said to get the necklace with a skeleton. That's not a skeleton or anything. It's just a meaningless piece of bone. PFT. Small laughter could be heard. Everyone's eyes turned to where the laughter was heard. Simon, sitting on the floor sweating buckets, raised his head and looked straight at Hector. I think you're wrong. Wish. The arm bone holding the necklace flew away as if pulled by a magnet and collided with the collapsed body. Click. Clack. Click. Bone fragments lying on the floor began to stick to the body of the skeleton that had been lying down. The skeleton staggered and stood up, perfectly reconstructing the appearance before it was smashed. Hector's eyes trembled in disbelief. The skeleton grabbed the necklace and approached Simon. Then, he stood up on his two legs and hung the necklace around Simon's neck. Staring at Hector's sour face, Simon smiled. Are you satisfied now? It didn't matter who started it. A fierce cheer broke loose in the lecture room. Chapter 12. All classes for the first-year Kizan students' first day were over. Before leaving the school, the first-year professors gathered in the professor's lounge and talked about the new students while having tea. Malin Valen was more than I expected. She brewed the shan of poison from day one. Their blood is just great, don't you think? All 7 of their children are excellent. How about that official successor of the ivory tower? Ah, Serene? Is there anything I need to say? No wonder she was acting so confident in the ivory tower. Let's not forget about Châtelmare. There's a prejudice that half-giant blood lacks magical ability compared to their physical, but this guy is evenly outstanding. But Professor, you can't steal our Châtel from us, alright? Ho ho, look at the way you speak. Are you already pretending that she's your student? You do know that pre-contacting during the student protection period is against the rules, right? The professors exchanged jokes and engaged in some war of nerves, telling the stories of the new students. Hey, Professor Bahil. Professor Bahil, sipping the tea with his eyes closed, nodded to sign that he was listening. You also had a lesson with Class A today, didn't you? How was it? Saw the novel, FIR.NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What do you mean? Hey now. Don't play dumb with me. I'm talking about that number 1 special admission that Nephthys personally chose. In my class, he lost 10:1 to his opponent. I still don't know if he has great talent. That's surprising. Still, he's the so-called number 1 special admission. Wasn't there anything special about him? It was a persistent question, but Bahil smiled softly. He had good physical strength. He stood with 9 exhausts in the first class. Oh, 9 times? Physical strength is an important attribute, but it's a bit vague to be the number 1 special admission. Click. At that moment, the door to the professor's lounge opened. Aaron, a professor of summoning, walked in with his disheveled hair and dragged his slippers. He slightly bowed down to the professors and went to pick up his coat hanging from his hanger, as if not caring what other professors were talking about. That reminds me. Bahil began to talk. You also had a class in Class A today, Aaron. Everyone's eyes turned to Aaron. Aaron grabbed his coat with an expressionless face. So what? How was the number 1 special admission for you? Immediately, all the professors in the lounge looked at Aaron with their eyes shining. A silent pressure was telling him to spit it out already. Aaron sighed quietly, and he answered in his unique drowsy voice. An insensitive man of mediocrity. He had some creativity in making his own, original defective products. While the other professors exchanged their thoughts loudly, only Bahil had the corners of his lips massively raised. Did he just put up a smokescreen? Bahil, who often acted with Aaron on the site, knew his tendency better than anyone. If he really didn't like the student, he wouldn't talk in a roundabout way like that. Insensitive man of mediocrity. Creativity in making defective products. In a way, that was the greatest compliment Aaron could give. This is getting more and more appealing. A boy chosen by Nephthys and marked by that picky Aaron. Bahil felt that his thoughts about Simon came closer and stronger with conviction. Right, Aaron. If so, then the war had already begun. The thing you said last year. A declaration that you will no longer have direct disciples. Can I consider that it's still valid? Aaron, who was about to step out of the room, froze. The other professors also stopped talking and looked at Aaron. Suddenly, there was a strained atmosphere in the lounge. Professor Bahil. The female professor sitting next to Bahil stopped him with a small voice, but Bahil waited for an answer with a smile on his face. As Aaron's mouth was about to open. Click. Hello everyone. A girl with silver hair walked up to the room out of nowhere. Nephthys. When she appeared, the professors of Kaizen, who were said to be bossing the continent around, simultaneously bent their backs and greeted her formally. Welcome. Bahil, who greeted her like a gentleman, was the first to approach her. Then he pulled something out of his arms and held it out. It was chocolate ice cream. Bahil was the only person who carried ice cream in a subspace that'd been enchanted with freezing magic in case he met Nephthys in this Kizan. Honestly. I keep telling you not to treat me like a child. Even though she said that, she took the ice cream from Bahil's hand. It's a virtue of a gentleman to prepare snacks for the lady. Humph. What a smooth talker. Nephthys took a bite of the ice cream. Soon, her cheeks flushed, and the expression on her face became soft, like that of a small girl. And some professors who saw her bit the insides of their cheeks. They couldn't bear the blasphemous thoughts of feeling that the great witch of death was cute. Please sit here, Nephthys. A professor quickly prepared her a seat. Nephthys grabbed the armrests of the slightly bigger chair and climbed onto it while groaning. Heave-ho. How were the first-year students on the first day? She asked while eating her ice cream, and the professor scrambled to report what they felt. Rather than the verified special admission students such as Serene or Chitel, students with excellent grades such as Maylin and Hector from Class A, or Case from Class B were often brought up. Nephthys nodded and listened to their story. Alright. Just tell me if there are any problems. Since today is the first day, go home early and rest. Understood. Nephthys. It was then Aaron, who had been quiet all along, opened his mouth. I want to talk to you personally for a while. The other professors widened their eyes. Of course, counseling with Nephthys was allowed if you were at the level of a professor in Kizan, but it wasn't common to have such a bold request for individual counseling. Yeah, sure. Nephthys smiled and came down from her seat. Aaron bowed his head once and followed her outside. He's so straightforward, as usual. After Nephthys left, Bahil sat back down and crossed his legs, a smile being brought to his mouth. But Nephthys won't tell you that easily, Aaron. Asterisk. All classes for the first day of school in Kizan were over. Simon, Rick, and the whole of Class A moved to the dormitory under the guidance of the minion. But a small problem occurred. Because they took the 3 hours of summoning class to the end, Class A arrived late at the dormitory and most of the rooms were full. The capacity of the dormitory rooms was 3 people per room. Simon and Rick decided to share the same room, but the students who came in earlier occupied more than 2 slots. I'm sorry. Even on the second floor, there's no room with 2 empty slots. The dormitory manager kept on bowing her head. Simon waved dismissively since she was sweating profusely and apologizing even though it wasn't her fault. You don't have to apologize, manager. Simon was a little uncomfortable that an older person was treating him respectfully. Of course, within Kizan, the rank of students was higher than the minions. Besides, most of the students were prominent nobles. It was natural for the minions to keep their low profile. Rick folded his arms like he was used to this kind of situation. There wouldn't be a room with 2 vacant slots on the 3rd and 4th floors too, right? Yeah. The other floors must be in a similar situation. The manager showed them the list on the 2nd floor. Some rooms had 1 slot left, but they were also far apart. Simon and Rick looked at each other. So, what's the plan, Simon? Let's decide after checking the other floors just in case. At that moment, when the 2 were exchanging their opinions. Out of my way. Wham! There was a bumping sound and the manager collided with the luggage bag, falling to the floor. The brown-haired student who was pulling the cart frowned. What the hell are you doing? I told you to get out of the way. I am sorry. As she fell, she quickly bowed her head, and the friend who was accompanying him giggled and laughed. The brown-haired student frowned as he touched the luggage. Damn it. This part is dented because of you. How are you going to pay for this? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry my ass. Come after me. As she was raising her body, head bowed like a criminal. I'm sorry, but... Simon came forward. I'm talking to her right now, you see. What? The manager's eyes widened to a circle and the brown-haired student scoffed. And it was pretty obvious that you bumped into her on purpose. Rick sneered and stood next to Simon. These bastards must be out of their minds. Who the fuck are you guys to interfere? Hey, wait. The friend next to him hurriedly tapped his shoulder. He then whispered. It's him. The number 1 special admission who took the oath as the student representative in the hall. Huh? The student's expression, examining Simon's face carefully, turned pale. His eyes trembled, as if there was an earthquake, and he panicked. He looked at the innocent manager and said. Humph. Please be careful next time. Let's go. Watching them leave the place like they were running, Rick grabbed his sides and laughed. Simon also smiled and offered his hand to the fallen manager. Are you all right? She blushed, taking Simon's hand and standing up. Thank you for your help. Don't worry about it. I just did the right thing. My name is Lena. If you're planning to check upstairs, I'll guide you. Maybe I can help. Please. Thank you. The 3 of them went upstairs together. She moved quickly, getting information from the other managers and headed straight to the 4th floor. They said there's one room with 2 empty slots on the 4th floor. Lena spoke as she ran. Simon and Rick were running close behind her. There's an empty room? Yes. How lucky. Room 409 was originally used as a 4-person room, so it's a good large room with a great view, and close to the main stairway. I never imagined that there would be 2 empty slots there. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the door of room 409. Lena checked the name tag attached on the room and... Her face suddenly darkened. What's wrong? She turned, looked at the 2 of them, and said with a sheepish face. Let's just go somewhere else. Room 412 and 413 have 1 slot, but they're side by side so. Is there a problem with this room? At Simon's question, she nodded grimly. She then pointed to the name tag on the door. Kajan Edvalt. He's a student from last year. Rick's eyes widened at those words. No way. This is a first-year dormitory, isn't it? The second years arrive next month. Kajan is a repeater. As far as I know, he was delayed because he caused a big problem and he's starting from the first year again. It was too strange for Rick to accept. Kizan was a place where they had no hesitation kicking out students. Usually, if they caused problems or they failed, they'd be boldly expelled from school. But repeating? It was a rare case. Simon asked again. What caused his repeating? I'm just a dormitory employee, so I don't know the specific reason. However, rumors of him spread among the management for causing troubles. There were many cases of bruises on the faces of students in the same room or appeals to change rooms. There was a reason why 2 slots were vacant in this room. Rick, slightly frightened, glanced at Simon. Simon. Let us just go to another room. I'll just go and say hello for a moment. That would be fine, right? After saying that, Simon knocked on the door and went inside. Rick freaked out and followed after Simon. As the manager said, it was originally a room for 4, so it was quite spacious. There was a bunk bed and 2 single beds as well as a personal desk and a wardrobe. Kizan's buildings, mountains, and valleys could be seen from the window. Indeed, it deserved to be called an ideal spot like Lena mentioned. And on one side of the wall, there was already a person lying on top of the bunk bed with all his luggage unpacked. He was covering his whole body with a white blanket. Wait, Simon. Rick lowered his voice and said. You heard what Lena said. He must be temperamental. Simon took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Chapter 13. Hello? We're sorry to disturb your sleep. There was no answer. Simon continued to speak. We would like to use this room together. Would that be okay with you? Still, there was no answer. Lena, who followed in after them, grabbed Simon's hem while trembling. Let's just leave, Simon. After all, he's... At that moment, red bloodshot eyes glared at them through the blanket. Rick gulped and Lena stepped back with a frightened look on her face. A freshman. Finally, the blanket was lifted, and a man raised his upper body with a rustling sound. So today is the entrance ceremony. Is it already time for that? Although he was skinny, he had an ideal muscular body and sharp eyes. A clear scar seemed to divide his bloodshot right eye in half. Moreover, he had small scars all over his upper body. A dangerous person. It was everyone's first impression of him. Rick and Lena grabbed Simon's arms from each side as he opened his eyes. No need to be so formal with me. I'm also in the same first year. Then just call me Kajan. As he swept his hair up, you could see his frightening eyes. He had eyes that couldn't be said to be a teenager's at all, as if he would immediately grab a knife and stab a person to death. I don't know how long you guys will survive in this school, but keep these two things in mind. First, everything I do is none of your business. Second, don't be loud before I go to sleep. You can dance or sing or do whatever you want after I fall asleep. Ah. So you're letting us in? Whether I let you in or not, since there's no vacant room, someone will occupy this place eventually. Kajan laid back on the bed and covered himself with the blanket. After a while, Kajan fell asleep, breathing regularly. Simon and Rick exchanged glances and went outside. Lena, who came out last, carefully closed the door. Well, go with this room. In the end, the two decided to go with room 409. Lena worriedly asked. Are you really sure about this? Yes, we are. I don't think he's that bad either. Lena nodded and marked the check on the list. Then, she placed their name tags in the case at the front door. Then I'll confirm it as room 409. Please let me know if he happens to do something bad on the two of you. I'll report it to the dorm master immediately to have him take action. All right. Thank you for your concern. After separating from Lena, Simon and Rick started unpacking their luggage in each place. Rick chose a space close to the door, and Simon took a place inside, relatively close to Kajan. There was a noise between them while unpacking their things, but Kajan didn't wake up. It was like he was dead. Only the tiny sound of breathing could be heard from time to time. Is he really not gonna wake up? Suddenly, Rick dared to drop the textbook on the floor. There was a huge thud on the floor, but Kajan was still dead asleep. He did mention that we can do whatever as long as he's asleep. I guess he really meant it. He doesn't seem like a bad person. The two of them finished unpacking their luggage a lot more comfortably. Simon. Let's go take a shower. I saw a public bath on the second floor on the way up. A public bath? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This was also Simon's first time in a public bath. This facility could accommodate more than 100 people at a time, and it had the floors and walls glittering like gold while hot spring water flowed out of the bath. Simon relieved his fatigue by standing under the stream of water that came out when you pressed the button, and he soaked in the bubbling water. Ah, that was a good one. On the way out after bathing, Simon went up the stairs with a languid expression and a towel wrapped around his neck. Rick chuckled. I've never seen anyone who gets surprised by a shower cubicle. Have you been living on a mountain or something? Something like that. Simon replied, wiping his wet hair with the towel. Kiki. Still, you should refrain from being in awe saying, whoa whoa while pressing the shower button, you know? Word spreads quickly among the students. Did I really do that? I wasn't joking. The two returned to their dorm room. Kajan was still asleep in the same position, as if time had stood still. When he looked out the window, it was pitch-black darkness. As Simon had gotten drowsy after the shower, he lied down on the soft bed. An exclamation came out in spite of himself. It felt like all the happiness in the world seemed to be there. Ag. It was good to come to Kizan after all. Hearing that, Rick giggled. Everyone wants to come to Kizan. Of course, it depends on our grades whether we can stay or not. I heard that there are only 300 students in the second year. You're right. We're still in the student protection period, so the professors are being gentle on us, but in a little while, they'll start expelling students for poor grades, violations of regulations, or even for being talentless. Life in Kizan is survival. Rick supported the back of his head with his arms and looked up at the ceiling. If you're able to survive even the first year, you can get into almost anywhere. If you can overcome the crazy competition and become an official graduate, then well, you'll become mainstream in the era that moves the continent. Practically everything except being the royal family would be possible. No. If you're a graduate of Kizan, maybe a small or medium-sized country might offer you a princess. Simon giggled. Do you want to become a noble? Search * the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Not really. Of course, becoming a noble would be comfortable since you won't be ignored and stuff, but that's not my ultimate goal. Then what's your goal? Rick made a coin shape with his finger. This. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Rick's expression seemed too complicated to simply be saying, he wants to make money. However, Simon decided not to ask further questions since they'd just met for the first time today. While Rick was contemplating for a moment, Simon poured his magic power into the ring on his finger. The ring was dyed in black and Simon pulled the handle. A subspace opened from the floor, and the skeleton set of Island Ratman came out. It was the class materials that he had bought at Chemo Road. Oh. What's that? What was that just now? A subspace. Simon answered briefly and sat down in front of the skeleton set. He opened the case and took out the packed bones. When he examined the surface with his finger and sniffed it, it was clean, like it had been properly disinfected. A bone diagram was also enclosed on the bottom of the case. Rick put on a fed-up face. You're studying again when we just finished the class? It's just that I didn't want to forget the sensation of that moment. The battle with Hector in the summoning class. So many things happened all at once that Simon wanted to relive the wonderful sensations of that time once more. He first awakened the undead by pouring jet black into the magic circle drawn on the skull. Click. Clack. The skull came to life as it hit the jaw and roof of its mouth together. Undead created by summoning magic considered the jet black user as their master. Simon slowly closed his eyes and raised his assimilation level with the undead. Countless thoughts began to settle in Simon's mind. With only my intuition this time too. Simon picked up bones number 5, number 7, and number 10, and attached them to the skull. It was fun that the bones stuck to themselves when you applied even a small force. He made the spine, formed the torso, and continued on to the legs. Rick watched Simon with his mouth open as Simon put the bones together smoothly. There we go. After 30 minutes, he could recreate the irregular four-legged skeleton he made in class. However, it took a lot of time, unlike in class. The way it walked was also creaky and unnatural, like there was a problem with the legs. It was a matter of concentration and immersion. When he assembled the skeleton in a comfortable space without stress, the results were not as good as during class. Nevertheless, Simon was satisfied that he had restored the product. While stroking the skull of the undead, Simon said, "I'm sorry." He then applied strength to his fingers, knocking the skeleton's body down. Clatter. The bones that had been assembled scattered all over the place and went into different places like the bed, the desk, by the window, and in the closet. Rick said in surprise. What? Why did you do that? What a waste after making it. Simon closed his eyes and raised his concentration. Sweat trickled down from his clean, washed hair again. Skeletons formed by summoning magic had a tendency to restore their former bodies. It was officially called the restoring force, but, in the field, it was also known as attraction. Simon felt the jet black contained in the 53 bones scattered throughout the room. Restore. When Simon opened his eyes, the bones scattered throughout the room flew all at once and began to attach themselves to the skeleton's body. It took 30 minutes to make it at first, but it only took 15 seconds to reassemble and return to its original shape. Simon let out his held breath and opened his eyes. "It's hella amazing, even when seeing it again," mumbled Rick, smirking. After the restoration, the skeleton approached and rubbed its head on Simon's leg and fawned. Simon also smiled and stroked the undead. While he was at it, he started assembling the standard island ratman skeleton shown in the diagram. Rather than simply looking at the diagram and following the numbers, he wrote down on his notebook what he realized while examining and thinking on his own. Why the number 11 bone had to come after the number 10. Why the assembly order the way it was. This order has been the standard used by necromancers for a long time. But it must have taken a lot of trial error to get to this point. Every action had a reason and meaning behind it. Every time he realized that, he was thrilled, and he felt grateful for his predecessor's knowledge and hard work. Simon tried swapping bones number 25 and number 31. "How's that?" Simon did several experiments. The skeleton that had been moving its arm shook his head with a rattling sound. He realized that some arrangements were more effective for undead to move, even if there were more rational choices in terms of the human body structure. Rick, who had been dozing for a while, rubbed his eyes and got up. "You're still at it? Guess you really got interested in summoning." "Yeah, it's fun." Simon put a smile on his face. "I already can't wait for the next session." Rick yawned and went into bed, but Simon's night wasn't over yet. He pulled out the book, Introduction to Summoning, and started researching. The basics of the undead. Simon was still thirsty. The skeletons that my father used to help the people in my territory. The skeletons Lorraine used to suppress the gangs. I wonder what I'm lacking compared to those two. Click. Clack. Rattle. He kept on reassembling it while continuing to study. The skeleton restored in 15 seconds could now be restored within 10. But this time, something was different. A dark blue jet black arose from the eyes of Simon's skeleton, which had been reassembled more than 70 times. This was something that didn't happen, even during the class. Swah. The skeleton with burning eyes moved its head and looked at Simon. Simon also made eye contact with the skeleton. Simon's first day of school continued like that until late at night. Chapter 14. The next morning, Simon's new day at Kizan had begun. They had 3 classes scheduled for today. Professor Eric Ora, who was in charge of the first class, Mechanics of Jet Black, was a middle-aged man. A neat beard, ideally positioned wrinkles, a dignified look that went well with a suit, and a laid-back attitude that came with age. Everyone liked him. Jet black is fundamental for necromancers. Its importance cannot be overemphasized. Eric skillfully led the students. Easy-to-understand explanations and catchy interpretations. Although he had no flashy technique like Bahil of Curses, the class itself was neat and simple. Everyone in Class A was engrossed in Eric's lecture in no time. How Jet Black created the miracle known as dark magic. The flow of Jet Black. Understanding of the runes. And the working principle of the magic circle. The origin of the rune can be found in the eternally burning torch in the Temple of Del. Eric did more than just explain the theory. People never questioned why the torch never extinguished. They considered the act of doubting God's miracles blasphemous. At times, he even used history to explain the runes. Eventually, they noticed that the ashes that had fallen from the torch took the form of some kind of letter. And they were shocked at the truth that nothing but letters were performing a miracle like the burning torch. This is the origin of the rune. Eric drew the ancient runes on the blackboard and explained how the mages and necromancers researching them had improved the runes. Then, he smoothly moved to the solving of modern magic circles. Why does this magic circle work? And why doesn't this magic circle work? Eric carefully disassembled the magic circle and explained it. Up until now, Simon drew a magic circle with the rectifying tool without much thought, but now, he somehow realized how it worked. While Simon was taking notes and catching up with the class, the bell rang, announcing the end of class. We'll end here for today. Eric also announced the end of class. I have a task for you till the next class. Please take the magic circle you learned as an example that doesn't work. Write down the correction method, calculation formula, and the formula fixed till it works, and submit it to the next class. The 3 people I'll call will come up to the front and present it in person. Maybe because mechanics of jet black was a required major class, fortunately, Simon wasn't called in front this time. Simon uttered yells of delight in his head. Gah! This class is so hard. Among the students leaving the classroom boisterously, Rick stretched his arms with an exhausted expression on his face. It felt like I was studying arithmetic with my dad back in the day. Can't I just memorize the magic circle and use it just like normal? Why do I have to know all the details of invoking principles? It was fine for me. Arms crossed, Simon replied. I didn't understand half of it, but I liked how he explained it step by step from the beginning. You like it as long as it's from Kizan. You even scratched the soap in the bath with your nail because it was interesting. Simon hit Rick's chest with his elbow. He stepped back, saying, ugh. But even in the midst of that, the burst of laughter didn't stop. Huh. Getting scared of the bubbles coming out from the bathtub. Can I really go in here? PFFFFFFT. I'm going ahead. Simon answered sulkily and walked first. Rick quickly followed after him, saying he was joking. Class, I had to prepare for the next class right away without a break. After walking on foot for 20 minutes, they arrived at the location where the next class would be held. It was in the outskirts of Kizan, a plain, empty field. No one's here? Huh? Over there. While the students of Class A were waiting while chatting, a cloud of thick dust was rising from the forest. Rumble. The ground shook as if an earthquake had occurred. What was approaching was none other than a herd of many dozens of hippos. The students stepped back while screaming in surprise. Ahaha. Hello, new students. Then a man was seen riding on a hippopotamus. He had dark skin, thick lips, a slender body, was dressed in short sleeves and shorts, and was barefoot. He skillfully stopped the herd of hippos in front of the students and jumped off. Professor Hong Feng has decided that today's class location would be Mountain Rock. Now, please get on the hippo. Professor Hong Feng Tun Sokum Merat, professor of combat magic, was a well-known freak in Kizan. Kizan provided her laboratory and home, but she spent her days wandering and camping on Rock Island. Due to her tendencies, most of her combat magic classes were also outdoor classes. Are you telling us to ride on that right now? A male student put up a disgusted expression on his face looking at the hippos standing with their nostrils flaring. Hey, minion! Don't you at least have to put a rug on that beast? Hearing this, the man approached the student with a smile. And... Aawag. He grabbed the student's face with one hand and lifted him up. A few surprised voices came out. What do you think you're doing? How dare you? Were the students of Kizan. A thick killing intent flowed out from the body of the man who was smiling innocently. The students who came to protest stopped in their tracks. Why are the freshmen these days so disrespectful? It's supposed to be an assistant teacher, not a minion. Right? The male student who grasped the situation only then hurriedly shouted. I'm sorry, senior. If it was an assistant teacher, there was a high probability that he was a senior who had previously attended Kizan. Moreover, as they were the closest person who assisted the professor, they definitely weren't a person that a freshman could look down on. It's not senior, but assistant teacher. I'm sorry, assistant teacher. Seeing a huge commotion, Simon shook his head. Why the hell are they doing that? They're nobles, after all. Rick shrugged his shoulders and followed up on Simon's words. Since they grew up in a sheltered environment, they still have the habit of dealing with others as if they're their servants. This kind of situation will frequently happen at the beginning of the school term. Alright, we're running a little late. Everyone, please get on the hippo. Up to 3 people can ride on one hippo. The students got on the hippo with a lot more hurried movements. Simon got on in one go with a skillful movement, followed by Rick slipping and whining a few times before finally getting on. Phew. The class hasn't even started yet, but it's already tough. Behind Rick wiping his sweat off with his sleeve, Simon saw a flustered female student hopping in place. Everyone on board? Then we'll start going now. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The girl put on an urgent face when she heard the assistant. Simon willingly extended his hand towards her. Do you need help? Ah. Thank you. She approached Simon looking like she'd seen a benevolent being and took Simon's hand. As Simon pulled her with enough strength, her body was drawn like a paper doll, climbing onto the hippo's back at once. Alright, we're leaving now. As soon as the female student came up, the assistant kicked the hippo's hip. The leading hippo started running with a roar, and the rest of the hippos ran in unison after the leading hippo. She sighed in relief as she was almost left behind and turned to Simon. Thank you for helping. She was about to say something, but the sudden increase in the hippo's running speed interrupted the conversation. The other students also stuck to the hippos' backs in fright. The feeling of vibrations coming up all over the body made the riding not that comfortable. One student shouted out. Assistant teacher, I think I might fall. What should I hold on to? Anything. It's too fast. Persistence. Overcome with persistence. This is also part of training, said the assistant teacher while balancing with only 2 legs, raising his right arm. Of course, if you fall right now and get trampled on by a herd of hippos, you would die, right? I mean, 1 or 2 accidents happen every year, you know? What? The students couldn't believe what they'd just heard. Hold on. Hold on. Students who can't even ride a hippo properly aren't needed in Kizan. Yua F. Mama Aya. Hey, stop this. Fucking stop this right now. Ha 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 ha. It was indeed a crazy outdoor class. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. They finally arrived at the location where the class would be held. They passed through the thickly grown trees, into a place where an open field spread out in the middle of the mountain. The sun was floating in the middle of the forest like it was welcoming everyone, and the chirping of birds and the sounds of insects played out harmoniously like an orchestra. It was an incredibly beautiful place. Huff huff fuck. Ugh, hoo. Of course, that was only if the people were ready to appreciate the scenery. All the students were lying on the field with exhausted faces. The hippos went back down the mountain and the assistants handed out water bottles to the students lying around. What's this? It had a very strange flavor when Simon drank it. A drink with a sweet but slightly spicy aftertaste. But as soon as he drank it, his thirst was quenched and fatigue was relieved. The other students' expressions became more and more comfortable little by little. Flap flap. This time, a flock of white birds flew in and began to pass over the students' heads. Everyone blinked and stared at them. Welcome to my class, everyone. Simon turned his head. Beyond the flocks of soaring birds, a tall woman walked towards them with her arms outstretched. Healthy tan skin and a strong body with muscles exposed. Her hair was an unusual style, several layers tied by some kind of string. The students got off their butts. So that person is Sir the Novel, ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hongfeng Tun Sokum Merat. She was a legend in the world of necromancy who achieved a dramatic victory by breaking 100 necks in 5 days fighting alone against the superlarged undead monster Kunder Hydra that devastated 4 territories. After that battle, Hong Feng was scouted by Kizan and taught combat magic to this day. She was a freak, but her skills were unquestionable, so her eccentricity was overlooked by the school. Flap. Forest birds flew and sat on her outstretched finger. Then, everyone, please stand up. She used a slurred pronunciation that seemed slightly out of line with the official language. Please gather up in 4 columns. When the students were spacing out from not being able to understand her, Hong Feng's assistants approached them and spoke like they were used to this situation. Please gather up in 4 columns. Quickly. The students lined up with puzzled looks on their faces. Hong Feng was at the front, and the assistant teachers were at the left and right of the students' lines. Then, well, depart now. I mean, when are we gonna begin the class then? As soon as Simon thought that, Hong Feng started running forward. An unexpected running session started as the students in front also ran after her in a hurry. A healthy mind dwells in a healthy body. The basics of combat magic require strong physical strength. Her tone was slurred like she had just learned the continental language, but what she was trying to say was pretty clear. As she increased her speed, the leading students also struggled to increase their speeds. And Simon, who was running in the 3rd row, looked at her body in admiration. That's amazing. I've never seen anyone run like that. The angle of the feet, the movement of the muscles, and the shaking of the shoulders and upper body while running. It was like a perfect, goosebump-inducing painting. She ran with the same arms and legs, but why did she feel like an alien from another dimension? It was so ideal that a sense of difference was felt. Huff. Huff. Hoo. Hoo. While everyone was running frantically, Hong Feng started her lecture while slightly slowing down the running pace. The fundamentals, mindset, and significance of combat magic. To sum it up, combat magic was a class to learn combat techniques by wrapping your body with jet black to strengthen it to the extreme and then using it to fight. If you reached a certain level of combat magic, you could wear a black robe in which silk-like jet black oozed out of your body to form a garment. It was like a symbol of battle among necromancers. It was a dream of many male students to use this skill, and there were many cases where they chose to major in combat magic for the sake of the black robe. There are a lot of trees. Be careful. The run continued over the thicket and dense forest terrain. As the 4 lines collapsed, everyone began to follow Hong Feng in their own way, avoiding the trees. While most of them rushed through the bushes, a few students even climbed up and jumped on through tree branches. All of those were aspirants of combat magic. They were showing off their forte as if waiting for it. One of the assistants jumped up to the tree and gave them a thumbs up. The faces of the aspirants brightened up. Phew. I envy those combat guys. Grumbled Rick as he was hit in the face by a branch of a tree. Simon was observing them carefully. He could feel himself getting interested in a dark magic specializing in combat that uses the body. A huck. Huff. Hey Simon. You doing fine? Asked Rick, face red. Simon blinked and answered. HM? I'm fine. Huff. Huff. What kind of physical strength do you? Cough cough. Doesn't everyone do this much running? It was Simon who ran around all over the rugged southern mountains of Les Hill like it was a neighborhood trail. While sweat beads appeared on the assistants' foreheads, Simon's expression was as comfortable as ever. This class is fun too. While Simon was enjoying being in his element, Hong Feng watched him, her eyes shining. Chapter 15. The run up and down the high, inclined mountain lasted over 30 minutes. Simon and Classe ran after Hong Feng frantically, but the road was cut off at some point. Simon could see 2 cliffs in front of him, and a valley of water-forming white foam was flowing between them. You need to use jet black to jump the valley in front of you. Some students were frightened by what Hong Feng said. Jay, jump over that? It's fine. You just need to get the hang of it. It's just like forming jet black on your palms, but this time with the soles of your feet. She jumped into the air, as if demonstrating. Black mist exploded under her feet, a boom sounding out, and she made double, even triple jumps in the air. Sounds of admiration broke loose from everywhere. "You don't even have to leap in the air," she said as she landed back on the ground while rolling. "As soon as you're about to jump, shoot the jet black that you have gathered on your feet. It's like jumping by stepping on the jet black." Hong Feng, at the front, ran past the students and leapt off the ground. With a swish, she flew a few meters and easily crossed the valley, landing on the opposite side. "Come." She smiled while waving her arm. The thoughts of the student after her became more complicated. The valley's depth wasn't that deep, but no one wanted to become a laughingstock by falling into a valley at the beginning of the school term. The students who needed more time to motivate themselves slowed down, and the confident ones ran forward screaming, "Praya Aowa!" Swish! They jumped. You could see a slight black mist flowing from all their feet. 3 of the 5 landed nicely on the ground, 1 tumbled down on the ground, and the other, who lacked the jumping strength, barely reached out and grabbed the edge of the cliff. "Well done!" Hong Feng came up to him and took him by the hand. The boy smiled awkwardly and climbed up the cliff. "Your timing on releasing the jet black was a bit late. Try releasing it faster next time." "Thank you, Professor." Afterward, other students also jumped off the ground. As expected from the Kizan enrollees, around 20 jumped, and they all succeeded. Simon, who was watching from the back, got a little nervous. "Like jumping by stepping on the jet black, jumping by stepping on the jet black. You seem to be overthinking, aren't you, Simon?" Rick calmly wagged his finger. "I'll go ahead." He turned his back and ran. Then, he stamped on the ground, both his knees pressed to his chest, and he flew powerfully into the air. Woo! The corner of Rick's lips rose at the cheers of the girls. But the cheers weren't directed towards him. When Rick raised his head, Hector spun his body a meter above him. Whoosh! He then put his feet on the ground and slid down. Even the landing was perfect. "Well done." Hong Feng gave a bright smile and a thumbs up. Hector also raised his thumb and ended with a polite bow. "Nice, Hector." As expected. Then, he high-fived with his faction members that had jumped before him. "In any case, I just don't like him," murmured Rick, who had failed the landing and buried his face in the dirt. "Whoa!" At that moment, a second cheer broke out from behind. Rick and Hector turned around in surprise. "What the?" He flew. Simon was soaring in the air with both soles of his feet facing the sky. Shortly, his back was bent and his legs went down, scratching the ground, back turned to them. Whoosh! His body passed Rick and Hector and stopped right in front of a nearby rock. "Excellent!" Hong Feng clapped her hands in delight. "This bastard." Hector's facial muscles wrinkled severely. Simon bowed to Hong Feng and returned to the students. Rick, acting cool by leaning his back against a tree before anyone noticed, put his palm up. Simon grinned and high-fived him loudly. He's starting to act like a number 1 special admission now. Was he planning to major in combat magic? The students murmured as they talked about Simon, and Hector's expression stiffened more and more. It was evident that his plans were going awry. Now, the other students, jump. Unlike how they hesitated at first, most of the students succeeded, and only 2 in the class failed. However, the assistants secretly waiting in the valley caught them, so they avoided drowning. Rick opened his notebook and was writing something down. Simon asked him, curious. "What are you writing?" "Recruitment list for the group class. ITLL be starting next week, so we need to start preparing." The book was filled with the names of the class A students to pay attention to, the subjects they're good at, their personalities, and more. To Simon, Rick was somehow different from the other students. Normally, it would be difficult to even take care of yourself catching up with the class, but looking at Rick, he was busy observing others. "How's the investigation so far?" "In general, the class standard is high. They're all pretty good. However..." Rick closed the notebook and shrugged. "She's kinda meh." It feels like shall be dropped soon after the protection period is over. Simon looked in the direction Rick was looking. The girl who rode the hippo thanks to Simon was coming up in the arms of the assistant. Everyone's here, right? Then let's move to the next area. When all the students came up, Hong Feng started running again without a moment to breathe. The students also ran after her in surprise. Haha. What's this? It was different from the classes which stayed only in the classroom. The class felt really dynamic. After running for 20 minutes and getting out of the forest, an open hill stretched out. There was a slight incline, so it was easy to speed up. The moment when everyone was following Hong Feng. Do. The same thing that happened just a few hours ago was happening. The hippos that had transferred the students came up the slope from the other side. Asterisk. Huh? They're coming to this side, PR professor? But Hong Feng had disappeared all of a sudden. The same was true for other assistant teachers. The students paused in bewilderment, but the approaching herd of hippos seemed unwilling to slow down. This is dangerous. Simon also stopped walking and focused on his eyes. A hippo was running right in front of him, trying to ram him. The feeling of stepping on the jet black. Pow! Simon soared into the sky and a herd of hippos passed beneath him, raising up a cloud of dust. Several other students near him were also floating in the air like Simon. I'm falling. Simon tilted his body and landed as far away as possible, to where there were no hippos. As soon as he came down, he frantically rolled on the ground and had to dodge the hippos. Kook! There were two more right in front of him. Simon raised his body and slammed hard on the ground, jumping a hair's width before they reached him. I almost died. The fear of death brought goosebumps to his body and made him shiver. Simon looked back with a cold sweat. Don't tell me this is also part of the class? At this rate, people will. Simon's eyes widened as he looked back. He thought total chaos would have erupted, but the situation was pretty far from that. A female student built a wall in front of her by tripping hippos with the exhaust curse. A male student dug into the floor with dark magic and laid down in it. Other than that, there were students riding on hippos and roaring relaxedly, and students who shaped their jet black like a rope and evacuated to the top of a tree. Everyone was escaping the crisis in their own way. Kaya ha 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 ha. Cindy Vivace was floating in the sky with necromancy. Only then did Simon realize. I'm not in a position to worry about anyone right now. It was indeed an unnecessary worry. And Simon had to compete with 1,000 of these kinds of students. You alright, Simon? Rick, who had been climbing up on a pole made of jet black, came down, saying, heave-ho. Don't worry too much. All of those hippos are under Professor Hong Feng's control. Some students fell, but the hippos were just avoiding them. Really? The fact that Hong Feng could use combat dark magic and the power of the druid family was pretty common knowledge. At that moment, the assistants who came down from the sky shouted while clapping their hands. Now, there's no time to sit around carelessly. Stand up. In a little while, the hippos will take a turn and come down again. Everyone, stand up. When the students heard the word hippo, they got up in fright. The assistant pointed below and said, the professor is already waiting down there. Well, depart right away. The sprint began once more. As they passed through the dense trees, a picturesque mountain with colorful flowers was revealed and they could see Hong Feng waving on the flat terrain below. There are no obstacles anymore. Let's go to the professor at full speed. Waha! The students shouted a cheer of joy and went down the flowered hill. Simon and Rick also ran down the slope in excitement. The wind coming from the other side blew away the sweat refreshingly. Dandelion seeds in the field swayed in the wind, and the leaves fell down while dancing. Simon came down the hill with a strange sense of freedom. Great work. Well, now take a break, shouted Hong Feng. The students sat on the floor as if on cue, and the assistant teachers were distributing drinks to the students. Their nervousness was relieved and laughter broke loose from everywhere. Thrilled students were eager to retell their heroic deeds from before. Huh? Look over there. It's food. While resting, Kizen's minions arrived with a food truck. Everyone's eyes widened. You're actually supposed to eat after the class, but I thought you guys consumed a lot of physical strength, so I contacted Kizen in advance. Is that alright? Kaya. You're the best, Professor. Next up was the time for a meal. The menu was a high-protein diet that consisted mostly of meat. The taste of Kizen's food was famous to begin with, and their serving size was generous. They even had soy meat for vegetarians. Everyone got their food, sat on the grass with a beautiful view, and enjoyed eating while looking at the mountains and lakes. Simon and Rick also sat under the shade of the tree. Maybe because it was an outdoor meal after exercising, the taste of the meal was incredibly delicious. Wow. There's no other professor like this. Without him knowing, Rick, just like the other students, was praising the combat magic class, as if he had fallen for the charm of it. Using her own class time to feed her students. It's an impossible thing to happen in that strict Kizen. Simon smiled and nodded in agreement. cthnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. But it's a little different from what I heard. What is? I heard that Professor Hong Feng is actually a very Kizen-like professor. Rick's face looked like he was wondering what the hell Simon was saying. That pure water and natural-like person, Professor Hong Feng is? Now. I don't know where you got that information from, but it's total nonsense. Simon blinked. It was something he heard directly from Lorraine. Clap clap. Hong Feng clapped her hands and got the attention of the students. Students, finish it up. We'll be leaving again in 10 minutes. Hearing those words, the assistant teachers jumped up to their feet and shouted. We'll be leaving in 10 minutes. Finish your meal and get ready. The assistant teachers went around to spread Hong Feng's words. The students, who had been leisurely relaxed, began to arrange their plates and loosen themselves. We're doing this again? I thought we'd go back, riding a hippo, after resting like this. The students gathered while murmuring. As Simon watched the assistants busily moving, he thought. I think this is where ITLL really begin. Chapter 16. When all the students gathered and lined up, the assistant teachers approached. Then, they hung a plain, featureless white bracelet directly on the students' arms. It was pretty heavy when Simon moved his arm. Please flow the jet black into your bracelets. Huff. What's this? The students' bodies suddenly bent down. You guys are all familiar with the exhaust curse, right? Hong Feng smiled, putting her hand on her hips. The next course is over there. She pointed to the steep hill where the students had come from. At the top of the hill, the assistant teacher waved his hand, a flag fixed on the ground. You're going to the top of the hill with an exhaust curse on you. The faces of the students all turned pale. Wow, shit, wait a minute. Isn't this too much? But no one dared to protest against the professor of Kizen. Hong Feng gave a radiant look. Please prepare right away. I'll check who's dropping out of the line. Only then did students grasp the situation and stand at the starting line with serious faces. Simon was already sweating profusely behind them. It was difficult enough to reach the start line with the curse on, and he was worried about whether he'd be able to climb that steep hill. All right. Then, go. On cue with Hong Feng's shout, all the students in class A rushed out. At first, everyone stood up and walked for dignity, even though the curse was heavy, but there were no exceptions as the incline got steeper and steeper from the middle part. Both commoners and nobles alike had to crawl while lying on the dirt. Huff. Huff. Cuff. Painful breaths and moans broke loose from everywhere. Their whole bodies were covered in dirt, but they had to keep on moving forward since Hong Feng and her assistants were watching. Phew. Simon touched the ground with his bloody hands torn by the rocks and inched forward. Every step was heavy. His vision was spinning and the sky turned yellow. I'll finish, no matter what. Studying in advance or whatever. This was the area of pure physical strength and will. If I fall behind other peers from here, I won't be able to catch up with them in the future either. Simon somehow squeezed his strength out and climbed up while others were resting. He made his own pace and didn't compromise on maintaining it. Tremble, tremble. His arms trembled beyond the control of his brain, but he moved, trying his best. He could see the end. The assistant teacher and Hong Feng were standing where the flag marking the end was waving. Just a little bit more. Simon was in the lead. Although he wasn't far from Rick and the other runners below, Simon was definitely ahead of the other Class A students. But there was someone next to him. Hector was climbing the hill at about the same pace as Simon. Damn it. So it's you again. Hector looked at Simon while grinding his teeth. He was getting sick of Simon. Simon kept on being an eyesore for him since the first class. What was worse was that Hector was climbing up by reducing the effect of the curse of exhaust in his own way, yet Simon was equal to him while climbing up using his bare body, without using such tricks. At this point, his pride didn't let him lose. Hector also exploded his fighting will. The slope of the hill became steeper as the flag got closer. The two, who'd placed first and second, increased their pace and distanced themselves from the runners below. Hang in there. Hong Feng clenched her fists and shouted. The assistant teachers also clapped and cheered. I'll be the first. I'm going to be the first. At that moment when Simon and Hector stretched out their arms. Step. Above their arms, someone walked, standing straight. Unlike the two of them, who were all covered in dirt, a girl with light blue hair passed by with her skirt fluttering and walking with a gentle gait. First of Class A, Malin Villain. She was the first to step to the top of the hill. Congratulations. You're the first. Thank you, Professor. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The assistant teacher standing next to her ticked her name on the list. Simon and Hector paused for a moment as they were gawking out. How did you do that? Malin raised her head and answered Hong Feng's question. I climbed up after breaking the curse by calculating the resistance formula. Hearing this, Simon felt as if he'd been hit in the head with a hammer. To think that you could just lift the curse instead of struggling with all your might. Well done. Go ahead and rest. Malin, who politely received the drink from the assistant teacher, sat in the shade of a tree and leaned back. This time again, first place was hers. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Professor Hong Feng. Then an assistant teacher came up from the bottom of the hill. There's an injured person. I think he hurt his ankle a little. I'll go check it out. She gleaned back towards Simon and Hector and followed the assistant down the hill. I can't believe this. And as soon as Hong Feng had disappeared, Hector, who finally ended up completely lifting the curse, got up. Simon's eyes widened in surprise. Tap. Tap. Hector strode up the hill and reached the top. As he was registered as second place, he took the drink and looked at Malin. Hey, you. She turned her head. What do you think you're doing lifting the curse and climbing in a combat magic class? Do you think I've been through this because I can't do that? What are you talking about? Malin snorted and acted like it wasn't a big deal. But then again, why would a young lady who was caged up inside the ivory tower understand the ways of the world? This time, her eyebrows twitched. Are you picking a fight with me right now? I'm speaking the truth, not picking a fight. In any case, they can't evaluate our grades during the student protection period. The key here is to appeal to the professor with a sincere class attitude. The foolish act you just did would never score anything towards her. Her eyes turned ferocious. You have such a distorted personality. Why are you provoking someone who hasn't done anything? Was ranking second that frustrating? I'm just telling you not to ruin the class of Class A. And let me make this clear. I don't give a shit about someone like you. Hector said so and turned his head. Simon was just climbing up to the high ground while whimpering. The assistant teacher smiled and handed him the drink. Simon Polantia, you ranked third. Thank you. Simon staggered and sat down in front of the shade of a tree out of his extreme exhaustion. He then gulped down the drink. Malin and Hector's attention lingered on him for a moment. The three of them held their breath together in the shade of a tree, not saying a word for a while. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As time passed, the students came up to the high ground one by one. Even those students who had difficulty in climbing hills due to lack of stamina were able to climb up slowly since the effectiveness of the curse began to decrease as time went by. I think I'm going to die, Simon. Rick also got pretty high results, but after a while, he joined the group of students vomiting from afar. Simon also went and patted him on the back. Most of the students made it to the top except for those few people who showed signs of exhaustion, but the fatigue accumulated from this class was enormous. When all the students were lying down, unable to lift a finger, Simon felt at a loss as to how to get back to Kizan. Half of class A would likely fall behind if they had to ride the hippos again. But fortunately, Hongfeng contacted Kizan and was given permission to use the simple teleportation magic circle. Woa! A magic circle spread out in the area where they had the class, and all you had to do was step on the magic circle to arrive at Kizan. The minions who brought the meal also came using this method. The students were greatly relieved and headed to Kizan with the magic circle. Simon, waiting in line with Rick, also walked through the magic circle. The brilliant ink emitted from the magic circle wrapped around Simon's body. The moment when the teleportation was about to happen and he felt the sensation of both legs rising. There was a huge thud. He felt like something was blocked. Simon fell to the ground in pain, like he had hit a wall. Huh? When he looked up, the surrounding environment around him had also changed. Simon was alone in a small hut, while Rick, who had walked through the magic circle together with him, was nowhere to be seen. This isn't Kizan, right? Simon stood up. It had a familiar atmosphere, similar to the house he had previously lived in at Les Hill. It's just that the hut was smaller and had a wilder feeling here. The walls and the floors had unprocessed roughwood grains. There were also hammocks instead of beds and animal skins instead of carpets. And on one side of the wall, you could see salted meat being dried in the sun. Click. The door of the hut opened, and a tall woman entered. I'm sorry to startle you, Simon. Professor Hongfeng. She smiled and offered Simon a seat. Simon sat down on the chair with a puzzled look, and she brought out some tea. She then briefly explained the whole story. There was some suspicious formula in the teleport magic circle, so she assigned the assistants to investigate it. There was a formula that sent a person to another place by resonating with their unique jet black. And the target of that formula was Simon. Do you have any idea who would do this? Simon, who had no clue at all, shook his head. Hongfeng folded her arms. Unlike Simon, it looked like she had a guess. So, I interfered with the magic circle and turned the coordinates towards my house. It's also my role to protect the students from unknown threats. And her eyes sparkled. Actually, I also wanted to talk with just the two of us, Simon. Me? Originally, it's against the rules to have contact with students during the protection period, but it seems like there are people who already violated the rules, judging by the circumstances. Her expression, which was always smiling, became a little serious. Simon Polantia, why don't you major in combat magic? Simon's eyes widened rapidly, and she continued speaking. I'm willing to accept you as my disciple if you want to. A direct disciple. It referred to students who were directly raised by the professors of Kizan, not anyone else. A professor could have 3 direct disciples in one student year, and a student could only be directly taught by only one professor. In fact, the benefits that Kizan students received from becoming direct disciples were innumerable. Above all, since the professors themselves had the absolute responsibility and guided the students 1:1, everyone wanted to become a direct disciple. Professors also approached the selection of direct disciples very carefully, as they were directly related to their performance level, and there was a limit on how many disciples they could have. However, Hong Feng said that she would make Simon her direct disciple from the first day of class. I don't really get it. Simon was a bit confused. Of course, he was grateful and appreciative towards Hong Feng's direct disciple recommendation, but Simon thought that he didn't show much in this first class. He was merely following the class like other students, and even on the hill climbing, he lost against Meilin and Hector. Besides, it was only the second day of school. Hong Feng chose him even though she could meet more students in the future. Regardless of whether he liked it or not, he didn't quite understand this situation. You guys may look at the rankings, but I look at the talent. Hong Feng continued with a sip of tea. The operation where you bounced off the jet black when jumping over the valley a while ago. That was your first time, right? Nevertheless, your jumping power was the best in Class A. This was no longer a matter of talent or coincidence. And you also proved your stamina and patience by climbing the hill this time. Do you need any other compliments? Simon held his breath and swallowed his saliva. In fact, it was still hard to believe, but it was hard to deny it when a professor from Kizan was putting it like that. That stamina, that mentality, and above all, a tremendous talent for jet black. If you major in combat magic, you'll show and develop your best talent. Hong Feng became terribly serious while locking her fingers. Her pronunciation in the continental language had also become more accurate. In a few years, it'll make you stronger than me. No. Stronger than anyone. Chapter 17. Simon thought about it. He knew that Hong Feng was serious about the direct disciple recommendation, but what about Simon himself? Majoring in combat magic. There was no doubt in the fun of Hong Feng's class. A curriculum which took place outdoors, crises that emerged one after another, and even the outdoor meal and intense competition. There were difficult parts, but if he thought of all of them as part of his training to become stronger, he could endure it. However, thank you for your proposal. It's more than I deserve. But to be honest, I do prefer not to. Simon got up from his seat and bowed his head. She nodded her head with enthusiasm like she wasn't that surprised. May I ask the reason why? Right now, there's another study that I want to deeply indulge in. Her eyes curved in a half-moon shape. All right. Thank you for telling me clearly so that I won't leave any lingering feelings behind. Ah. But that doesn't mean I'm going to give up on you like this, Simon. Her brown hair fluttered slowly in the wind. You still have a year left before you can pick your major, right? I'll try harder to change your heart, Simon. Simon was just dumbfounded. What's so special to me that you'd go to that extent? And, personally, I became curious to see how far you'll be able to go. cthnovelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She got up from her seat and swung her hand. A jet-black teleport magic circle spread across the floor. It's fine if you're not my disciple. If you need my help, come to me anytime. Thank you, Professor. I want you to keep what happened here confidential. You can go now. Simon bowed his head once again and stepped on the magic circle. Whir. As Simon disappeared, a wind blew and shook the decorations in the house. She sat on a creaky wooden chair and looked outside the window with a light smile. Professor Hong Feng. The door burst open and an assistant teacher came in. How did it go? Where's Simon? She smiled and shook her head. The assistant bit his lip with a bitter face. How dare he decline your proposal? It's fine, Brett. She tapped the assistant's shoulder and looked outside the window. Brett fumed, saying, I don't understand why you suddenly got your eye on that student. Why don't you give this proposal to Hector, who's more gifted with combat magic? Other than him, there are 4 other aspiring combat magic students with plenty of possibility. A genius. She spoke softly. I've seen a lot of geniuses in Kizan, but I've never seen that kind of genius. What? She smiled without answering. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Simon was the last one in Class A to arrive at Kizan. He was exhausted from the arduous class, but fortunately, he still had more than 2 hours left until the afternoon one. He returned to the dormitory, entrusted his uniform to the minions to do the laundry, and headed to the bathroom to wash off his sweaty body. Simon. When Simon met Rick, it was in the bathroom. Simon had arrived a little earlier than him, but he had a somewhat excited expression on his face. Hey. You won't believe it when you hear what happened to me a while ago. What is it? Rick took a glance around before whispering in a quiet voice. I was being teleported after stepping on the magic circle, and it abruptly got almost stuck or something with a bam. When I woke up, I was in Professor Bahil's lab all of a sudden. Simon blinked his eyes. Professor Bahil of Curses? Yeah. Did anything happen there? He just got me cleaned up. Simon made a wry smile. I heard from the seniors who used to be in Kizan before. Teleport scout. This means Professor Bahil marked me, right? Am I going to be a direct disciple too? Simon looked away while sweating. Maybe, yeah. Whoa shit, I can't believe I bridged with a big shot of Kizan like this. You know what direct disciple means, too, right? It basically means your school life will be a piece of cake. Even disciplinary action or expulsion is overlooked most of the time thanks to the professor in charge. That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard this year. Simon and Rick turned their heads at the sudden interruption. Hector and 2 of his faction members stood upright. A fucking useless commoner as Professor Bahil's direct disciple? Even a passing dog would laugh. Their friends giggled and laughed. Rick stood up slowly, a smile on his lips. Oh my. Was our little master a bit upset because Professor Bahil paid more attention to me than you when you have to be the best at everything? Hector took a step closer. Looking at him again, he wasn't only huge in height or size, but he also had a strong, muscular body. Watch your mouth, petty merchant. Because I'm a petty merchant, I know guys like you very well. Rick swung his wrist and remarked. I heard that you also slagged Maylin off in the combat magic class. You fucking think you're the only one with backstory and hardship? You're a fucking weak shit too, you bastard. Acting like you're something special because you went through the education of the Moore family. Ignited by the insult, Hector stretched out his right arm violently. A jet-black magic circle was drawn on his palm and Rick's body twisted before roughly slamming against a pillar. Keikohuk. There are things that a lowly being like you can't say. Hector drew a line with his arm to the side, eyes bloodshot. Just die here, you bastard. Creak. It was a curse. As Rick grabbed his neck in pain, the students around him got up and screamed. Kook. Kuhi. Despite his situation, Rick smiled and held out his middle finger. Hector's expression turned cold, hardening. See, calm down, Hector. Hey. Isn't this crossing the line? If you use a curse outside of class. 2 friends approached to stop him, but they fell on their backs from a single swing of Hector's annoyed arm. The moment Hector was about to draw a magic circle on the palm of his other hand, a foot suddenly appeared in front of him. Slam. Hector narrowly blocked it by crossing his arms. Then, he slipped on the wet bathroom floor and went down to a knee. The curse that was being cast was cancelled by the impact, and Rick, freed from the pain, backed off while coughing. Ta-tap. Simon came down to the floor, eyes radiating a brutal glare. Yeah. I was wondering when you'd step in. Hector stood up while grinning. He spewed jet black from both hands and Simon grabbed the imaginary lever as he flowed the jet black into the ring on his hand. As the situation was reaching its climax. Bang. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A bucket flew under Hector's feet and shattered, sending the parts all around. Hector and Simon flinched while the other students let out screams of surprise. It's noisy. Xianxia. The man who was sitting in the bath got up. A stream of water ran down his back, showing countless terrifying scars. Do you all really want to die? And he was someone that Simon knew. Simon's eyes widened rapidly. Kajan. It was none other than that person who lived in deathly silence in their room. Kajan Edvalt. Hector lowered his arms and looked at him. I heard the rumors. So you were still in school, huh? Kajan cracked his neck without saying a word. Every time he cracked his neck, you could hear a popping sound so loud that it was hard to believe that it came from a human. Hector. Be careful. His eyes have gone completely mad. His friends ran and stood in front of Hector, as if escorting him. But. Let's stop this. The words that came out of Hector's mouth were unexpected. The two friends looked at him in bewilderment. It would be better for you to behave well. There's no second chance. Hector walked out of the bathroom with big strides. His friends, who had been spacing out for a moment, followed Hector like they were running away. Rick. Simon quickly checked on the condition of Rick, who was lying down on the floor. You all right? It's nothing. Rick chuckled. The curse he placed on me was also just to scare me. He doesn't have the balls. Swah. Kajan went back into the bath and closed his eyes as the situation wrapped up. You could see the students in the same bath slowly moving away while checking on him. Simon stood up and said. Kajan, thanks for the. You guys are noisy too. Back turned, he said. Get lost. Simon had a faint smile on his lips. He thought that Kajan wasn't a bad person after all. Asterisk. There were a few events, but they ended without any major problems. Rick revealed that he was actually provoking Hector to get him punished. Of course, since Simon attacked Hector, both of them would be punished as, even if the punishment was issued, Simon had still struck Hector. So, he neatly abandoned the plan. Rick smiled brightly while Simon felt embarrassed and apologized after hearing the story. It's much better that you stepped in. It felt so refreshing when you kicked Hector. Had also done the provocation because he was carried away by the emotion. After all, in the end, they were on student protection period. Even disciplinary action wouldn't do significant damage. Of course, Hector must have known that. When they came out of the shower, the school uniform cleaned by washing magic was delivered in the front of the dorm room. The two quickly changed into school uniforms and safely finished the one remaining class in the afternoon. When they finished all the scheduled classes, it was already dark. Simon and Rick were on their way back to the dormitory after having dinner. Wah! It's finally the weekend! Shouted Rick as he stretched. Simon, what are your plans for the weekend? The weekend? I don't really have any plans in particular. Hey, you shouldn't do that. In Kizan, how you spend your weekends is really important. Saying it like that, you must have some plans. Rick nodded. Actually, the weekend schedule is more important to me than the weekday classes. I'm going down to Roshist. Roshist. A city affiliated with Kizan. It was a medium-small-sized city that became active by the visits of employees, students, and minions of Kizan. It was famous as a resting place for necromancers and a student city. It consisted of countless restaurants, inns, and shops related to necromancers, and you could often see students of Kizan working part-time to earn money for class materials. In particular, on the weekends, students flocked and made for a huge floating population. Usually, what students meant by let's hang out on the weekend was the same as saying that they should go to Roshist. But what are you going to do in Roshist? Drawing up a business plan. Rick answered quite seriously. The money that Kizan provides for living expenses every month isn't enough to live on. And it's not like I'm overwhelmingly amazing at my studies, letting me get a scholarship. Gotta make use of my skills. Simon nodded his head. It was a fast movement by Rick, as expected from him. Simon, you also better set up some kind of way to make some money too. It's only during the student protection period that the professors provide materials as they are now. The monthly living expenses can't cover the enormous cost of materials for Kizen's classes. The seniors have their own unique income route. Really? Having to be independent, with even things other than the class, wasn't an easy life. Plus, Simon was interested in summoning, which cost a lot of money, so he had to come up with a countermeasure. Hee. Or, wait for me till I establish something in Rochest. I might even provide you a job. Nah. I should earn the money that I need. Oh, you're quite aware of what it takes when it comes to money. I see. Before returning to the dormitory, Rick secretly sneaked out, heading to Rochest, saying he would prepare for tomorrow's schedule. Of course, going out of Kizen on weekdays was prohibited, but there weren't any big problems if you weren't caught since the school's tradition was very free. Simon returned to the dormitory alone. He bought some snacks in the cafeteria before returning to treat himself for the weekend. He was going to thank Kajan properly if he was there, but had left the room today as well. Left alone, Simon sat on the spacious floor and opened his snack. It was a fluffy mini chiffon cake cut into 6 slices. Simon put one of the cakes in his mouth. It was delicious. As he was enjoying and munching the rich flavor of butter, he could feel a gaze. Simon carefully turned his eyes and looked towards the window. He saw a girl hanging from the window, her eyes wide open. And Nephthys? By the way, he was on the 4th floor. Chapter 18. He didn't want to keep pretending that he didn't see her, so Simon turned his head to the window. The girl's face swung down as well. Did she not want to get caught? Simon turned his head back and took out a new chiffon cake. Her face then slowly rose to the window. Blink, blink. The girl's blue eyes blinked. Every time the chiffon cake came closer to Simon's mouth, the speed of her blinking increased. Simon laughed in his sleeve and opened his mouth. Nephthys, please come here and have some too. With those words, the girl stuck her face out. Ah. How did you know? Can I? Nephthys jumped over the window expectantly, hurriedly approached, and sat down with her knees together. Then, she opened her eyes and looked up at Simon. He couldn't help but laugh. It looked like a puppy waiting, its tail waving. Of course. Help yourself. Hee. Thank you for the food. She took the chiffon cake with her cute little hands and began to eat it. Nom nom nom. Seeing her 2 small fluffy cheeks moving, Simon felt a strong urge to stroke her head, regardless of her being the ruler of Kizen or whatever. Would you like to eat this too? Simon took out more snacks he had bought from the cafeteria, and Nephthys' eyes twinkled each time. I wub it. As she chewed the jam sandwich, she said. They always don't let me eat sweets at home. Ahaha. Suddenly, Simon happened to have dessert time with the great Necromancer who was hard to even see once in your entire life. The two talked while sharing the snacks, starting from the appreciation for buying the subspace and the story of Lorraine. And the topic naturally shifted to school life. You said this is your first time going to school, right? How was it? It's fun. Simon answered immediately. The professors are cool, friends are kind, the classes are fun. I think I'm more suited for this than I thought. She smiled broadly and nodded her head. Hiya, it's great. Talking with you at Kizen like this reminds me of Richard. My father? Yeah. Your dad was a Kizen student too. You didn't know that? It was Simon's first time hearing that story. She giggled and wagged her finger. Richard was no joke. Unlike you, who's mature, he was an extraordinarily troublesome child who brought a lot of trouble. My father was? Simon's jaw dropped. To hear that the gentle and strict father was a troublemaker when he was in school. The images of father and a troublemaker did not overlap. On that, he was so smart. While causing all the trouble, he got professors wrapped around his finger. It's not just once or twice that I chased and caught Richard trying to run away and skip the class. That's hard to believe. Then did my father safely graduate from Kizan? She shook her head. Nope. He dropped out when he was in the second year. Ah. He suddenly dropped out of the school, saying it's too small. There was no such student at Kizan until now. Richard was a special case in many ways. Nephthys leaned back on her arms and looked up at the ceiling. A deep yet faint emotion passed across her face, unlike her youthful appearance. Yeah. I was also young back then. Simon wanted to point something out, but he didn't since it felt like he shouldn't. Anyway. There's probably no place on Roke Island that Richard hasn't been to. You might find traces of your father all over the school if you look closely. Ah. It will be fun if something like that exists. She got up from her seat and dusted off her clothes. Then I'll be going ahead since I have dinner plans. I might get scolded again if I be late. Hee hee. Already? Simon surprised himself, saying words that contained a hint of sadness. The time with her felt so fun and short that he unwittingly confided in her. We'll soon be able to see each other again, Simon. Nephthys smiled. Thank you for the snacks. Bye. When Nephthys was about to jump over the window, something like a small note fell from the clothes she was wearing. Simon picked up the note and hurriedly ran towards the window. Nephthys. You left this. Whyish. She had already disappeared without a trace. Simon scratched his head and checked the outside of the folded-in-half note top to bottom. Given the circumstances, she's giving it to me, right? Simon muttered to himself and sat down on the bed. Then, he unfolded the piece of paper. It was a map. The map pointed to a spot outside the Kizan passing through the inside, but the destination was marked with a skull. A skull, huh? Shouldn't there usually be some sort of treasure chest mark at the destination? Simon carefully looked through the map. There was no information other than the destination. Why did Nephthys give me this location? You might find traces of your father all over the school if you look closely. Simon made up his mind and clenched his fists. He decided to depart the next day. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The morning of the first weekend in Kizan came. The place marked on Nephthys' map was a forest that was forbidden to enter, so he decided to leave when the day was turning dark. Rick and Kajan left the room early and Simon had opened up his summoning textbook, immersing himself in catching up with the prior learning. He tried to study other subjects besides summoning, but he couldn't concentrate well. Since he had to choose one major subject before the upcoming group activity anyway, Simon decided to go all in on summoning this weekend. The difference between a skeleton and a zombie. The first is obedience in commands. While skeletons obey the necromancer's commands well, zombies are hard to control as their instincts and hatred for the living are amplified. So the next step after the zombies is ghouls. Although the population is small, they're strong and incomparable to zombies. Whoa. They can move up to 300 meters in a single leap? There's this thing called an abomination too. When can I make this kind of thing? He didn't know studying could be so fun. Time flew rapidly, and Simon had to gulp down the frustration every time he looked at the clock. After spending a full day studying summoning, Simon finally sprung into action as the sun went down. On the list of exeats, he wrote visit to Roshist for 2 days and 1 night. Russell. He left the main gate of Kizan and arrived at the Forbidden Forest as it was getting dark. The reason why Kizan banned this forest was simple. Monsters frequently show up in the area. Monsters were also present in the mountainside of Les Hill, but it was still unknown what kind of monsters were roaming on Roke Island. Simon moved cautiously. I can see a creek flowing to the east, and the walls of Kizan can be seen on the west. I'm going in the correct direction. Traveling was smooth so far as he was checking the map carefully. However, as he went deeper into the forest, the cry of animals were heard more frequently and he also found their excrement. He could find out that it was recently formed as it was wet and sticky when he poked it with a branch. Hup. I just want to go back. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't scared, but Simon pulled himself together. Although it was a little slow, he walked as quietly as possible. And then, grr! A cry was heard nearby. Simon's body stiffened. He covered his mouth and lowered his posture. His eyes, used to the darkness, caught the black shadow standing under the shade of the trees. It was sniffling and flaring its nostrils. It's a monster. At that moment, the monster's head, which had been flaring its nostrils, turned. Eyes glistening in the darkness stared at Simon. Ta-ta-tap. It's fast. Simon urgently placed his hand on the dagger on his waist. The eyes sparkled in the dark and the silver trail zoomed closer. Simon drew the dagger and swung it towards the trace. Clang! His body flew over with the sound of metal clanging. Its claws swung again, leaving long scars on the tree. A werewolf. Most ordinary people would say that meeting it would be a death sentence. Fortunately, it didn't look like an adult since it was small. I would have run away if it was before I came to Kizan, but... Simon adjusted his grip on the dagger and raised his body. With his left hand, he directed Jet Black into the ring and pulled the imaginary lever. Slide. A subspace opened on the ground and bones projected out from it. Restore. The bones scattered in the air began to assemble in an orderly manner around the skull. Soon, two skeletons completed in front of Simon and stepped on the ground. It worked. Simon clenched his fists. A necromancer's skill that he was using in an actual fight for the first time. It was very assuring. Aside from the battle strength, the fact that he wasn't alone gave him psychological relief. With this, it became a 3:1 in the blink of an eye. The werewolf flinched a bit as it was lacking in numbers, but soon exposed its fangs, showing its will to fight. Pow! Pow! Simon made two old short swords project out from the subspace again. The skeletons caught the swords flying in the air and... Kaya-arg! The werewolf jumped in, and the battle began. Slash! The attack from the skeleton's sword left a long gash on the werewolf's abdomen. However, it jumped right back in and smashed the skeleton's upper body with its right arm. Slam! Half of the upper body, made of bones, was blown away in a single blow. Simon, who was connected to the undead, felt a tingling pain in his head. However, taking the chance formed by that moment, the skeleton that encircled it pierced the werewolf's side with their short sword. Cry-af! The werewolf let out a scream of pain. Simon stretched his right arm out harshly. Restore. The shattered bones wobbled and formed a skeleton again, as if time had reverted. The restored skeleton immediately stabbed the short sword into the werewolf's chest. Now's the time. Charge. The two skeletons pushed the werewolf to the tree behind them with the swords embedded in it. With a huge thud, the tree shook loudly and leaves fell. This is the time. Simon charged in last with the dagger. The werewolf pinned on the tree swung his arms wildly, smashing the skeletons, but... Stab. Simon's sword pierced the werewolf's neck faster than the skeletons lost their strength. A terrible sensation of flesh and muscle splitting ran through his wrist, but it was a life-or-death moment. Simon tenaciously applied strength to the handle. Thwump. Shushuk. Finally, the werewolf's body collapsed, dead. Simon, who was taking a step back and exhaling his rough breath, soon had his legs give in and fell to the side. That was close. His lips trembled from the remaining tension of battle. I don't have time to space out. Gotta clean the mess up first. It would be difficult if other monsters flocked here because of the fuss just now and the smell of blood. Simon barely got up from his seat and cast Restore. One skeleton failed because the damage level was too high, and the other could barely move. Simon placed the restored skeleton in the subspace and walked again. Come to think of it, this is my first battle since I've entered Kizan. In just 3 days, Simon's power had greatly increased. How much stronger could he get if he managed to survive here for a year? No, 3 years? He couldn't help but to imagine it. And after walking another 20 minutes or so. This is the place. He arrived at the area marked with the skull mark on the map. Looking around, there was nothing. The only strange thing was that trees and grass weren't growing there. I have to dig in the ground after all, right? Simon opened the subspace and took out a shovel he borrowed from the dormitory gardener. SE the novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After nicely catching the shovel that arced through the air, he rolled up his sleeves and started digging the ground. Thwack. Thwack. It was such skillful shoveling that anyone watching would be astonished. The work didn't last long. Something hard hit the tip of the shovel. Simon squatted down and swept the ground. It's a paving stone. It was a stone made of a special rock with black color. Simon, who was clearing out the dirt and going through the floor, soon found a groove in the middle of the floor. On that, the groove had the shape of a human hand. When he placed his right hand on it, the size was about the same. However, it wouldn't be an artifact that opened just like this. Simon activated his core and spewed jet black from his palm with his eyes closed. Whirr! As Simon's jet black flowed into the artifact, it lit up. Then, the floor rattled open. It's a staircase. Simon wore a content smile. I wonder what kind of secret is hidden here. Why did this bring me to this place? Simon moved forward, his heart beating powerfully. Chapter 19. Simon took out 2 lanterns from the subspace. He held one and made the skeleton hold the other. Let's go. The skeleton took the lead, and Simon followed. When he entered the ruins, there was only darkness. The chill from the stone floor seemed to work its way through the feet into the legs. There was no such thing as railings, so he moved carefully, thinking that it'd be instant death if he fell. This is. As he went down the stairs, he saw indecipherable characters carved on the wall. But somehow, the letters were familiar. Have I seen it recently? Simon thoroughly retraced his memory. Right, the ancient rune. It was similar to the ancient rune that Eric explained during the epidemiology of jet black class. Then is this an ancient ruin? Why is a place like this located near Kizan? Bringing up the countless unanswered questions, Simon continued to descend. Tap. Finally, he went down all the stairs and hit the floor. He must have descended quite deep as he couldn't see the ceiling, even if he held up the lantern. There was a need to broaden the scope of the search. Simon summoned a second skeleton, gave it a lantern, and ordered it to explore the area. Simon himself also walked with a lantern, illuminating the surroundings. Ancient runes were engraved all over the floor and walls. If there are this many runes, this whole ruin itself was basically a gigantic magical device. Rattle. Rattle. The skeleton signaled that it had found something. Simon quickly ran towards it. What's this? There was an altar in the middle of the ruins full of runes, and a skull was placed on it. Simon put the lantern down on the altar and carefully brushed off the skull. A strange shiver ran up his arm. Simon didn't know much about the undead, but for this one, he could instinctively understand. This was the remains of an innumerably old and terribly dangerous undead. Simon carefully lifted the skull. Crumble. Whoa. As he lifted the skull, bones fell from the ceiling. Simon quickly backed away and dodged. That startled me. His skeletons approached and lit the floor with their lanterns. Simon, who was staring at the bottom, picked up a bone that had fallen to the floor. Number 2? Muttered Simon to himself before putting the bone under the skull. They fit perfectly, like pieces of a puzzle. A strange feeling of excitement began to rise from the depths of his chest. He wanted to assemble that undead. He didn't know how the undead would act towards him or what harm it'd do when it woke up. Nevertheless, he felt that, if there was a time in life when he had to boldly bet on something, then now was the time. Having made up his mind, Simon put the skull down on the altar and placed his hand on the palm mark underneath it. Then, he channeled the jet black as he did a while ago. Whirr! Kook. He only used a little bit of jet black, but he felt like the jet black inside his body was being sucked into the altar too. The altar emitted a dark blue light, and a blue, thread-like fire appeared in the skull's eye socket. So this isn't complete yet? Simon tried putting the number 2 bone close to the skull. With a tap, it stuck like a magnet. The unique attraction of skeleton-type undead was working. Great. Simon put down the skull before knuckling down and starting to work. He matched the bones together as if possessed, and it was more fun than ever. Form a spine by connecting the cervical, thoracic, lumbar, sacrum, and coccyx in sequence. Connect the scapula and clavicle in front of it, and lastly, add ribs to form an upper body. He formed the pelvis on the bottom by picking up gluteal bones and adding them under the caudate vertebrae. The shape of the leg gradually appeared as the femur, tibia, fibula, and patella were connected. It was worth studying summoning since morning after all. He wasn't 100% sure, but this skeleton had a skeletal structure of a human. With Simon's intuition and knowledge of summoning, he could assemble the bones smoothly. But this skeleton was too tall. Simon had to assemble it in different positions, like kneeling, squatting, standing upright, tiptoeing, and climbing onto the altar, struggling. It would have been nice if the skeleton bent its body, but it didn't move at Simon's commands. As soon as the legs were completed, he got up on his own accord. I should have assembled the arms first instead. Simon finished the rest of the arms while whining. He looked at the skeleton from a distance, feeling overwhelmed. Whoa! A huge skeleton over 2 meters tall was standing in front of him. It was an astonishing sight, but it still didn't move. What should I do now? Wipe. A dazzling moonlight fell from the ceiling like a curtain of light. The moment the moonlight shone on the skeleton's skull, the eye socket started to burn like a torch. Fa-ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. The ruin's floor and walls made of sand shook from the massive laughter. Soon, the runes on the wall's surface came off and formed a stream, covering the skeleton's body like silk. The runes were being sucked in and were absorbed into the bones of the skeleton. Finally I have returned. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Simon covered his ears at the loud shout. The jet black radiating from the skeleton's body reminded him of harsh waves. Who woke me up? The skeleton's head moved while creaking. Then, he saw Simon standing nearby, holding onto the wall. Step. Step. The huge being approached Simon. Then, he stuck his head out right in front of Simon and observed him. Simon had to try his best not to scream. Name yourself, human. It's Simon Polantia. The skeleton's skull tilted to the side. You're Polantia. Kuahahahahaha. A burst of loud laughter echoed throughout the ruins. Simon broke into a cold sweat. I see. Don't tell me you're Richard's grandson? No. Simon spoke while calming down his pounding heart. I'm his son. Ha 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 ha. I see. I see. So that's how it is. No wonder why the jet black seemed familiar. It'd be impossible to wake me up unless it's Richard. The skeleton turned his back. You could see the shadowless cloak fluttering around him. Who are you? This time, it was Simon who asked a question. The skeleton stopped walking, turned his head, and smiled. It was strange that a skeleton had a facial expression, but he certainly had one. He could open his mouth, he could flare his nostrils, and his glaring eyes were filled with strong curiosity. He was like a living human being. I'm Pierre. Marshal of the Legion. Pierre spoke. I once tore up the continent with Richard, your father. The light in Simon's eyes changed. That's my father's undead. Pierre, who was laughing broadly, stuck his head out and continued to speak. But let me ask you first. Who led you here? His voice somehow felt sharp. Due to the sensation of being tested, Simon gulped and answered. Nephthys Archbold. Ah. A smile lifted his mouth. Yuhi. So that's how it happened. I guess it's possible if it was that woman. Good. Yish. A strong wind blew like a storm inside. Light flooded the ruins, and the air screamed. Make a contract with me, Simon Polantia. And lead the legion. Shouted his father's undead with open arms. The legion will be your will, trampling down everything that stands in your way. The whole world will kneel at your feet and bow their heads. A voice filled with excitement echoed throughout the ruins. But you'll inevitably walk the road filled with the smell of blood. That's also fate. Son of Richard, are you ready to lead the Legion? cthnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Simon bit his lip, concerned. Pierre laughed as he walked around Simon. Are you afraid? Are you frightened? What are you considering in front of strength, boy? It was still an unknown ability, even if it was once said to be his father's power. Simon didn't know what the Legion was, what the road filled with blood meant, the terms of the contract, or what kind of handicap he'd carry. However, I want to ask you something. A question came back instead of an answer. Pierre's face wrinkled in displeasure. Speak. I don't know what kind of use you'll be. Is that thing called the Legion strong? Halt. Pierre's steps stopped. P. Poo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Poo-hoo. Boo-hoo-hoo. Wahahahahaha. Blair. The air reverberated and dirt was falling from the ceiling. Usefulness. A usefulness. This boy wasn't lost because of doubts and fears. How dare he evaluate the Legion? That's a great question, human. Strong? Shall I destroy the Kizan if you wish? Gruu. The mournful cries of the dead resounded everywhere. It was a terrible sight, but Simon's expression didn't change an inch. All right. I'll answer your question. Pierre withdrew his strength and said. Your father has already disbanded the Legion once. And I was sealed here. And by waking me, the Keeper, up again, the Legion experienced the first moment. First moment? That's right. But if we gather the forces of the scattered Legion and restore the former forces again. The corner of Pierre's lips rose. No one on this continent would be able to stop you. All right. Simon nodded his head. I'll make a contract with you. Hoo-hee-hee-hee. Pierre wrapped his arm around Simon's waist and jumped up to the top of the altar. Put your hands on my core. Pierre's ribs opened and a mass of jet-black mana appeared from within, beating like a heart. Simon obediently placed his hands on it. When this contract is made, your life will completely be changed. Are you not afraid? There's nothing to be afraid of. Simon spoke calmly. If you people really are the Legion of my father, then it's natural for me to retrieve you. Kuahahahaha. Great. That's the spirit. On the surface, he was an ordinary boy who seemed calm and humble, but the qualities of an overlord were shown at times. You raised a son well, Richard. This guy is different from you. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Sight only. His dark magic proficiency at the moment seemed low, but he had tremendous potential. And, unlike Richard, his consciousness and emotion were established well. A completed being in the mental aspect. Pierre was quite satisfied with this boy. I'll proceed with the contract now. Don't die, Simon Polantia. Chapter 20. After however long, Simon's consciousness began to return little by little. Oh ho! You're back to your senses. And what he saw as soon as he opened his eyes was a tall skeleton with burning eyes. Simon sat up quickly. Pierre. What just happened? The contract has been successfully made. Feel the change in your body. Simon blinked his eyes and placed a hand on his chest. The core got. The size of the core had increased. Not just that, but the jet black, which used to burden the body if even a small amount remained, now felt comfortable, like a warm object. It felt like something fundamental had changed in him. Congratulations on becoming one of the commanders of the Legion, something of which there are only 7 of, boy. Pierre grinned. Simon, who was about to get up, rested his forehead on his palms out of a rushing dizziness. Don't overdo it. Your body went through a huge change. Ah. Understood. Simon almost blacked out several times while the contract was being formed. It was a terrible feeling, that of your entire body feeling some unknown sensation. It was such a painful time that he often thought that it'd be better to bite off his tongue and die. I guess I won't be able to move for a while. I have no choice but to stay here tonight. Simon sighed and looked at Pierre. I have a question, Pierre. Speak it, boy. Pierre folded his arms and spoke solemnly. What's a legion? A thick silence fell in ruins for a moment. What? Did you make a contract with me without even knowing that? Yes. He came here because Nephthys, his father's comrade, had informed him of the place. Then, he met his father's undead, Pierre, taking him in. That was it. Pierre laughed dumbfoundedly. It may take quite some time for me to fully understand a human being like you. All right, let me explain. Pierre's eyes became serious. Before that, how much do you know about the undead? Just as much as a freshman from Kizan. Huh. Coming all the way here by yourself fearlessly as a freshman. As expected from Richard's son. Pierre began to explain. According to him, there were 3 types of undead in this world. The first was the summon type undead. All undead that necromancers controlled fell here. They were artificially created from a corpse through dark magic and moved according to the orders of the necromancer. They disappeared if the dark magic-induced effects expired or after a certain period. And the second was the natural type undead. They were naturally generated undead, not needing a necromancer or dark magic. These were the ones commonly known to people, and they were feared on the continent because of their blind hatred for the living and extreme aggression. It was in the monster category, designated by humans. And the third was the Legion. Pierre raised his voice. The Legion is located in the middle of summon-type undead and the natural-type undead. It's a natural undead that's independent with its own core, but it's also a summon undead that obeys the orders of necromancers and higher-level entities. Legion-type undead. Simon chewed over it again by muttering and nodded slowly. There are only 7 legions in the world. In other words, there are only 7 necromancers in the world who can control a legion. This includes you, boy. The usual summoning necromancers were said to lead the undead at the platoon level. There were necromancers that led a company of undead. And also, high-ranking necromancers that were around the Kizan level could operate in a battalion, although it was somewhat inefficient. There was a limit to the number because the undead led by the necromancers were all summon-type undead. Summoning them and controlling them all consumed jet black and mental strength. However, the Legion, which moved with its own mana, was completely free from these restrictions. The Legion has no limits. Whether it's 100,000 troops or 1,000,000 troops, they can be infinitely operated. If you have heard the story of a necromancer who leads a large army of undead, then it must have been the story of a Legion commander. Ah. Simon was happy, but, at the same time, a little confused. I became one of the 7 necromancers in the world with no limit to their number of troops? It was hard to believe. Are all your questions answered now? Yes. Good. The contract ended successfully, and whether we like it or not, our eggs are in the same basket. Shall we talk about our plans from now on? Sure, Pierre. Pierre, who was sitting with improper posture, fixed it. Simon, who saw this, straightened his back as well and sat down. You and I belong in a special situation. Is that correct? Yes. I'm enrolled in Kizan. Do you not wish to come out from Kizan? Not at the moment. It's against my father's will, and above all, I still have a lot to learn at Kizan. Good. I also agree that Kizan has value in use. Spoke Pierre as he tapped Simon's forehead with his finger. Then, let's talk about the special situation that the Legion is in at this time. You mean how the Legion was once disbanded? That's a given. If the Legion had not been disbanded, there would have been no reason to contract with you in the first place. The blue flames rising from Pierre's eye socket grew stronger. Currently, we're the common enemies of the Necromancers. It would be easier to say that we're wanted. And why is that? Because of the crime that your father, Richard, the ex-Legion commander, committed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Upon hearing that, Simon's body trembled slightly. My father committed a crime? Richard committed an unforgivable crime to the world of dark magic. The Legion also helped commit that crime as an accomplice. What in the world is that unforgivable crime? Pierre closed his eyes. An act of treachery. Richard loved a priest. Ah. Simon felt like he had been hit in the head hard with a hammer. Am hearing this story now? At that time, the 100-Year War was going on between the Necromancers and the priests. It was a very delicate movement. Nevertheless, Richard ordered the Legion to protect her beloved priest. He made the Legions attack his fellow Necromancers who came to kill her. Simon tensed up. Many casualties occurred. An annihilation order was issued against Richard and his Legion, which I assume remains in effect, even after Richard disbanded the Legion. This is the reason why the Legion cannot appear in the outside. I understand. After hearing Pierre's story, Simon felt a much stronger sense of responsibility towards the Legion. He felt that it was his fate as a son of Richard and Anna to accept Pierre and the Legion, bearing their risks together. Boy, there is no need for you to feel guilty. Pierre laughed with his mouth wide open. The Legion moves strictly according to the will of the Legion commander. Richard's Legion and Simon's Legion are different. I believe the Necromancers are also aware of that. Then. But you're Richard's son, not a complete third party. The elders have no choice but to doubt you. And, above all. Pierre poked Simon's forehead with his bony finger. How do you think the Necromancers will act if they hear that a freshman of a Kizan owns a Legion? Simon's eyes filled with might. I can't let anyone take my father's power. I need to be stronger. That's right. Pierre clenched his fists. For now, be obedient, obtain the knowledge of Kizan, and become strong. The Legion will gradually recover its former strength. And when the time comes? Yes. There was no need to say more. Simon and Pierre nodded simultaneously. Going back to our main point, we're in a special situation. That's why I, the Marshal, propose to you a new way to manage the Legion. How? Pierre raised his arm and signaled. The skeleton that Simon had summoned earlier and was holding the lantern walked near. Huh. So you can also control my skeletons, Pierre? Of course. Now we share jet black. All undead summoned with your jet black belong to the Legion. You have the highest command authority as the Legion commander, and I have the second highest. However, Pierre rubbed his chin. This undead hasn't yet gone through conscription. Conscription? The skeleton approached Pierre. Pierre raised his arm and touched the skeleton's skull. Wayahap. Simon's unique dark blue jet black soared like a flame, and the skeleton's body floated into the air. The jet black that had roamed around the air in a huddle was sucked into the skull at once and formed a sphere resembling a brain. After a while, the skeleton fell to the floor. This is the conscripted undead. The skeleton slowly began to rise. There was no difference in its appearance, but dark blue flames like Pierre's were surging from its eye sockets. To put it simply, the conscription that Pierre was talking about was the process of summon-type undead becoming a natural-type undead. Since these undead moved with their own cores, the summoning time limit disappeared, and they could exist forever without Simon having to even lift a finger. But it's kinda obvious. That's right. Simon put on a worried expression. If he brought these back to Kizan, he'd get caught right away. So there's no need to conscript all the undead. Unless it's an undead that has existed for a long time like me, it's common knowledge that the summoning type has better combat efficiency. So boy, just keep utilizing the summon type undead as usual. Then, when the skeleton's holding time is over or it's so damaged that you can't use it, bring it to me. I'll conscript it and station it here. Ah. I like that kind of operation method. Common undead such as skeletons and zombies were usually single-use, but Simon could now permanently preserve undead like a warehouse. In addition, if it wasn't seriously damaged, it could self-renew through conscription. Therefore, get stronger, boy. If you can summon better undead, the strength of the Legion will also increase. Yes. Of course. While he was at it, Simon also incorporated to Pierre's side the 2 skeletons that were damaged from fighting the werewolf. The skeleton, who became a natural undead, also changed its behaviors. Originally, they spaced out like a broken doll without Simon's command, but now, they showed a bit of animal-like behavior, scratching their heads or running around involuntarily. Then, when Simon called, they came running. It was proof that the power of a commander was working properly. Even after the serious talk about the Legion's operation plan was over, the night was far from over. Simon and Pierre, who sat next to each other, started chatting. Boy. How long has it been since you enrolled in Kizan? It's been 3 days now. I see. Hold it out just a bit more. After a little while, it'll be possible to receive the mission that comes down from Kizan, even if you're first year. Of course, you can travel all over the continent with the teleport magic circle, not just Roke Island. The corner of Pierre's lips raised and he continued. When that time comes, I'll go with you. You'll also be able to operate your Legion as much as you want. And, under the pretext of the mission, gather the old forces of the Legion scattered across the continent. Everyone would be happy to join under Richard's son. Simon's eyes widened in surprise. I see you know quite a lot about Kizan, Pierre. Sia the novel fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hey. Of course. I've been watching your father's life in Kizan. He was a notorious and problematic kid in Kizan. This overlapped with what Nephthys said. And on Pierre's face, as he was telling Richard's story, a deep yet faint emotion flowed. Yeah. It was fun back then. This feeling also overlapped with Nephthys. Simon carefully asked. Pierre, don't you resent my father? Resent? Are you talking about resentment? Ha 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 ha. A weak feeling like resentment doesn't exist in the Legion. The Legion only moves at the order of the commander, and even if your father chooses the priest and uses us as a sacrificial lamb, we'll gladly accept that order. That's the Legion. After saying that, Pierre paused and rubbed his chin. But if the son of that guy repeats the same bullshit again, it could anger us. Don't you agree? Ahaha. Simon talked with Pierre until late in the morning. There were many topics, but the story about his father was the most memorable. It was far more candid than what he had heard from Nephthys. Why would I hide it? Your father was notorious garbage. Pierre chuckled loudly. In front of a female student who followed him because she liked him, Richard had played with the underwear of a girl he went out with the day before. Simon's eyes narrowed. Aren't you exaggerating? This is the first time I've heard of it. Exaggerating? Wahahaha. I'm only talking about moderate-level episodes now to save Richard's face. Do you know how many women he made cry? No way. Simon shook his head in denial. Yeah. Such a damn asshole. A strange lingering sound mixed in with Pierre's voice. The scumbag that even the professors of Kizan gave up on everything changed after meeting a woman. He was like a different person. It wasn't a change that could be expressed in terms like the power of love that is commonly spoken of in the world. It was like... At that moment, the Pierre's voice stopped all of a sudden. Then, he turned his head and looked closely at Simon. Wait. No. Why didn't I think of that? What? Why, you said you were Richard's son, right? Then, don't tell me. Simon smiled with delight. Yeep. My mother is Anna Polentia.